Morning.
And next to him is Honorable Sylvia Isaac, who is also a member of parliament and a member of this committee. But I'm sure she's a familiar face to most of you. On my immediate right is Honorable Rachel Adams, Member of Parliament and also member of this committee.
Good morning.
On my immediate left is Honorable Madlala. It's just that he arrived yesterday, joined us yesterday. That is why his name is eluding me. Yes, he's a member of parliament and also a member of this committee. Dr. Matlala, a member of parliament, a member of this committee as well. Next to him is Honorable Dr. Matlase. Where do I get Dr. Matlala from now? And I nearly said Dr. Madlanga. Besides being a member of parliament, he's actually the president of his own party, the UAT, United African Transformation. Then next to him is the Honorable Mkhaha, member of parliament and also member of this committee. I am looking around for Nana, Honorable Nana. Where is? Honorable, we also have in our midst Honorable Nana, a member of parliament. I'm sure he's actually taking a call outside. We have in our company members of the provincial assembly, member of provincial legislature, and also who are members of the provincial committee on agriculture, land reform, and rural development. I don't see their chairperson. Or there is a chief whip whom I will ask to introduce the members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the committee, and good morning to all members present here and our stakeholders. My name is Norman Shushu. I'm the Chief Whip of the Northern Cape Legislature, not only of the ANC, of the whole legislature. On my left is Honorable Renette Liebenberg. She's a member of the committee. And then we've got Honorable Brassel. She's also a member of our provincial committee. And then on the right, extreme right, is Honorable, on my extreme left, is Honorable Jaffa. And then I don't know if I'm allowed to introduce the Honorable MEC Remo Tlhaping. He's the MEC of Agriculture, but because I'm the Chief Whip, I can also introduce him. Remo Tlhaping is the MEC for Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and as well environment as well. He's new from the box. He was part of us at the legislature and a member of the committee as well. So it's our pleasure to introduce Remo Tlhaping. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That is the Northern Cape Legislature representatives here. Much appreciation.
Perhaps I would ask the Chief Director to introduce members of his team, and I understand that there are also senior officials from the department from Pretoria who are also present here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the National Assembly Portfolio Committee, members of the Provincial Legislature, Chair, through you, Erike Tlhompe Magosi, Balidiwa ke Kgosi Tumo Janki. Magosi ke le tlhompile. Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, mine is simple, Honorable Chair, like we have been doing the past 2 days, 3 days. My name is Khotso Moeketsi. I am the Chief Director responsible for land reform and rural development, responsible for the Office of the National Department in the Northern Cape. From officials, let me start with the HOD of the Provincial Department, Mr. Zolile Monakali, also brand new as HOD. And then Mr. Sam Mohashwa from the Office of the Registrar of Communal Property Associations from Pretoria, Mr. Ralph Sibifelo from Parliamentary Services in the department, Mr. Ndamani from the Office of the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development, Minister Nyonso, the Acting Chief Director for Land Restitution in the Northern Cape, Mr. Andrew Lawrence, and then Mr. Alfonso Manuel, the District Director of the District Director John Taulo Haitsewi from the National Department, and then Ms. Gitume Tsisiang, she's the District Director for where we were for the past 2 days, Honorable Chair. Who else? Oh, Ndonga, Lindo Kutle Mkwanazi is the Director responsible for land acquisition in the Northern Cape. And then Mr. Paul Motete is also working with Mr. Mkwanazi. Mr. Ria Said, Director Rural Infrastructure. And then Mr. Bareki from National Road Service Corp, NARISEC. And all at, Mr. Silas Matswani, Director Property Management, Honorable Chair. And then lastly, Mr. Kalakhosi is the District Director from the Provincial Department. Chair, thank you very much. Oh, Chair, I'm sorry, MEC, I'm very sorry. I did it yesterday, MEC, when we were from my apologies. Mr. Kabelo Muhibiju, the head of office of the MEC. And my apologies, MEC. My 1,000 apologies. I don't think protocol allows you to introduce them. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, as you have requested me, I'm going to ask Kosi Jangi to introduce the delegation from the House of Traditional Leaders. Kosi?
All right, morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and all the members of Parliament and Committee. Mine is very short and sweet, and very sweet, of course. I don't know how to introduce myself, but the Honorable Premier decided to restore our dignity last year. And then we were used, actually my grandfather and my father, by the way, he was called a paramount chief. But then this word chief, it sounds as if we are subjects to the king, to the queen. That is why they had to call us chiefs. So he restored our dignity, and then he said, now we are no longer chiefs or traditional leaders, senior traditional leaders, but then just to rectify the language, he said we are principal traditional leaders, as we were paramount chiefs before. So as I'm standing here, I'm saying to you that I am, in the olden days they were saying I am a paramount chief, but I am now a principal traditional leader. Tomo Hastings Dekare II Janki. And with me, I am with Khosi Kholo, also the principal traditional leader, Khosi Motswara Khole from Ditako. And we have now we used to call them headmen before, but then now they are now senior traditional leaders. We have Khosi Seboko, serving under my jurisdiction under Bahajanki Traditional Council. Khosi. We have Khosi Molema, also serving under my jurisdiction of Bahajanki from Butiteleza. And then we have Khosi Sisini from Lokhobate, also serving under my jurisdiction. And then the others are not here. I've got 7 of them. And then we have Khosi Toto, not Khosi Kholo Toto. We have Khosi Toto serving under Khosi Kholo Toto. She is from Lexi, under Bahamokwara Traditional Council. We have Khosi Leboko from Penrain, also serving under Khosi Kholo Toto Bahamokwara Traditional Council, Khosi Leboko. We have Khosi Supi, also from Bahamokwara Traditional Council, serving under Khosi Kholo Toto. He's from Maruping. I don't know if I'm missing somebody else. And then I just want to say to you a humble apology sent by the other principal traditional leaders. Khosi Kholo Toto and Khosi Kholo Bareki, they had to attend other meetings in Pretoria as we speak. They are in Pretoria, so they couldn't be here with us. And Khosi Mochwara, Khosi Takanyana as well, he's also in Pretoria. Khosi Ndoka, he's very old, very sick, and he cannot do anything anymore. And also my humble apology for losing one of our Khosi as well, Khosi Mahura. He is no longer with us in this life, but in spirit, he is here with us. And then Khosi Peklu, he was in Kimberley yesterday, so probably he will join us a bit later. Thank you very much.
I will also take this opportunity to ask the leaders of each of the CPAs that are here to actually introduce themselves, each one introducing his or her delegation.
They requested that CPAs must not be here, so we asked them to use because they want to raise issues with the committee before. Okay. So they are not here, no debate will come. They are outside.
All right, no, then I am briefed that the CPAs are actually not yet in the meeting here. They are waiting outside because traditional leaders actually had requested that they have a session with us so that they can actually discuss issues with us, and then later we then deal with the CPAs. Well, I would seek guidance from the chief director, and I'm not too sure whether Itumeleng is is still relevant in today's business. But I will request the chief director to hand over to Amakosi, because I'm to hand over the mic to Amakosi so that they can actually introduce the matters that they would like to discuss with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will tlakopa Kgosi Janki o ka ema wa ba dintlha tsa lona mo pele ga committee. Thank you very much.
All right. This is going to be difficult. This is going to be a bit difficult for me because I didn't clean them properly. Somebody's bringing them, but by the way, for the sake of time, I'm just going to go on from my system here. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever that I'm going to be saying today here, it is not coming from me or from all the other Kurruees in our personal capacities. We are saying this on behalf of our traditional communities. And we are not here to come and attack government. We are not here to come and attack political parties. We are not here to come and attack CPAs or even the communities that we lead. We are here to raise our concerns that we feel that they have to be addressed properly and promptly so that we can together better the lives of our communities. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of this portfolio committee, all government officials, both from national government and provincial and also local structures. Makhosi a gaetsho, bomma le borra, ke le dumedisa. It is our culture we have to greet before we commence with anything. All right, yeah, technology at its best. I want to say to you that we want to say to you that thank you very, very much for honoring and recognizing the traditional leadership structure, which many tends to ignore its existence, and for giving us this opportunity to speak. We receive you with respect and appreciation. We also say to you that culturally, you should have been received at any of our royal cross in any of our regions, in our region and the province, where you would experience the warmth of being welcomed by our ancestors and receive profound blessings and breath and breathe the air that are spirits of Ubuntu. Anka belong lo tlile ko gaetsho ko dikgotleng tsa rona ke lo soletsa gore nka belong lo dutse lo go ja nama ya kgomo e jeleng bojang e seng e jeleng papa e ka be lo dutse lo go ja di-vegetables tse di lemilweng ka matsogo a rona di sa tsengwa di-chemicale lo ja di-vegetables tse di goletseng ka botsone. But unfortunately, because there are some, what we call health issues and whatsoever, comfortability and so forth, we had to degrade ourselves to come here. But then next time, we wish for the spirits that still exist within our communities. Briefly, I just want you to understand our concerns today, one must first understand our history, where we're coming from. Because land for us is not a commodity. It is our identity. It is our memory, and it is our life. Our people remember Kosi Lukajanki, who was brutally killed and beheaded only for one reason, for defending his people's land and authority. We also remember Kosi Toto, who was imprisoned at Robben Island, whose remains were never returned to his people. We still don't know where he was even buried. We also remember the late Kosi Mahura, who passed on only now in December. He was nicknamed Tex. But the reason for people to nickname him Tex was because he was resisting the imposition of unjust taxes on his community. This is just to mention a few. I'm not going to mention all of them for the sake of time. Can I maybe request, with due respect, Honorable Chair, that I sit down so I can just go through this because I'm struggling. And thank you very much. Now, it is very important for this committee to know that traditional leaders were the first people to be imprisoned at Robben Island, as far as Roma 1890s. And that was long before politicians were incarcerated in Robben Island. In this island, we believe that it was used to silence traditional authority. It was used to break resistance to land dispossession and also further divide our black nations. Historically, land was governed through community consent. No Kosi, no headman, no leader has ever acted alone. Land use was discussed openly with the tribe. Discussing issues relating to land. And the decisions were taken collectively in what we today refer to it as tribal resolutions. Sometimes they even go to an extent of saying it's a community resolution. We are still practicing that even today because it is in our blood, it is our culture. Before colonization, ladies and gentlemen, there were no municipalities. Before colonizations, there were no imposed boundaries. Our forefathers, they used to even travel from here to Botswana trading. They were even trading with Namibia and Lesotho. There were no boundaries. There was no separation between people and their land. Traditional authorities administered this land. We resolved disputes in our own cultural way, and we ensured that there was fairness and social balance. Now, colonization introduced dispossession, yet under the colonial rule, respect for traditional authority was largely maintained. Why? Because the system recognized that land administration without our consent or without the consent of the people would lead to resistance and instability. Honorable members, our concerns arise from what we experience daily on the ground. CPAs, communal property associations. We are deeply concerned about the poor control, poor monitoring, and regulations of CPAs. You know, sometimes, or some of the CPAs, they are operating outside the boundaries of their claimed lands. You are claiming land, but then you also want to go and disturb the peace of people who didn't claim land. You are acting out, and they are acting out of their boundaries. Some of them, they even sell land unlawfully so. And it's not like we do not know. It's only that we are trying as much as possible to maintain peace and order and stability within our communities. Some of them, they have claimed lands, but then yet, they even use that claimed lands, they lease it to other commercial farmers. So why did they claim the land? Some of them, they graze livestock on our communal land. Remember, they are claiming land, they were giving land, they are not using those lands, they are leasing it to commercial farmers, but then come back to our communal land, small pockets of land that we are left with. They are coming back there to come and graze and use the land, but then at the same time, they have other pieces of land. And some of these CPAs, or most of them actually, they undermine our traditional authority. And it's very painful that you are being undermined by your fellow African person. You know, we could only understand it if we were undermined by foreigners who are not even black. But if we are undermined by our fellow people, that is very painful. Some beneficiaries are not even equally benefiting from these claimed lands, but just a few chosen ones. And that has been proven by the infights within the CPAs. I know I've been made aware that you are going to meet the CPAs, and if you go to other CPAs, you will listen and you will hear and notice that there are so many infights within the CPAs. Now, the CPAs, they are untouchable. We cannot do anything to them. While the CPAs are protecting their land or the land that they have claimed, they freely use our land for grazing, for residential purposes and business purposes. Yet our own people are left without land to graze, without land to reside or even do business. When they were forcefully removed from those pockets of land, they were not independent, but they were led by us, the Kurruees. But when the land was returned to them, they returned the land with a chairperson of the CPA, which never existed. Now, all the CPAs, when they claimed lands, when they were removed, there was a traditional leader. When they claimed lands, the land was not given back to the traditional leaders or to the traditional authorities. It was given to something that was very new. Even more troubling is the structure of CPAs, where traditional leaders are often disregarded or even treated as just ordinary members, despite being custodians of the community and the land. Now, we have experienced some lawlessness and failure of law enforcement. And we understand that there are policies and acts and so forth, but then this is what we are witnessing, that there is growing lawlessness on communal land. South African Police Services, I know that it is not relevant to you, but then you have to know what is happening. The South African Police Services, they often fail to enforce our customary authorities. They take communal land, they do not also take communal land related issues or cases seriously. And we can also provide you with evidence for that. They fail to act decisively against land invasion. Sometimes the courts also grant protection to lawless occupiers, while law-abiding communities and traditional councils are left exposed. This reverses the justice and encourages further illegality. The second issue that we have, municipalities. Municipalities are systematically taking our land without our consent. They are registering these lands in their names as in like in the municipalities, and later claiming authority over it because it has been given to them with a title deed. Now, this is a modern way or a modern and democratic way of colonizing our people. That's how we see it. Because if the municipality takes our land without our consent, that's the very same thing that happened in the past when people took our land without our consent. What makes it worse is that some of these lands are even heritage sites. You can just imagine Khamohan. If the municipality takes land like Khamohan, which is a heritage site, it is actually an insult to our ancestors. It is an insult to the existing communities. It is also an insult to even the communities or the communities or the children that we are still going to give birth to. Even worse, municipalities, they tend to legitimize land grabbers by providing services to these land grabbers or invaders. We are not saying that people should not get services. What we are saying that let us do things properly. Services like electricity, services like water and sanitation. This basically rewards illegal occupation and undermines lawful governance. Furthermore, in times of disasters like floods, the municipalities will claim that as traditional leaders, we are the ones who unsystematically allocated sites. Now, if they are saying we are not doing it properly, it's a pity I don't see any projector here. I can even prove to you that from our traditional council, we have also developed, we actually made a town plan for some of our villages, of which we want to roll it out to other traditional councils as well. The very same department, rural development, I think that was from National. They also made a plan, a town planning for Diervaart village of Khosimahura. It is not yet been implemented. Why? Because we do not have any funds. So it's not like we are just dunderheads. We are feeling and we are seeing for our people. We want to better the lives of our people. Some political statements. There are some political statements that are being misinterpreted. Some members of our communities have misunderstood some political statements about land reform to mean we should occupy land and no one can do anything about it, not even the president. That was just a political statement. We understand where and how did it come to this. But this statement was never meant to undermine traditional authorities. If it was that, then all the politicians, they would never been able to visit traditional leaderships or the traditional authorities. It was never meant to undermine our culture. It was never meant, or let's say, to undermine our culture or communal land governance. Yet, we have to say it, that the damage is real and it's very dangerous. Provincial land displacements. You know, when we come to this, it's very bad, very painful that we, the Kurruees from JTG, we made a request that we want to be incorporated into the Northern Cape because we were in the Northwest by then. And the reason why we wanted to be in the Northern Cape, that's because that's where our roots are. But then some of our lands were left under the Northwest. We used to be under the Northwest province, and when provincial boundaries changed, some of our lands was left in the Northwest province, while our people were incorporated in the Northern Cape. And this has created a lot of confusion, weak oversight, and injustice that remains unsolved. All communal land remains registered under the minister's name or under the department or the state. This leaves traditional councils without full control, despite being responsible for one, stability, dispute resolution, and development of this land. We tend to even lose some major investors due to delays from the office of the minister and disputes raised by us on how resolutions were conducted. It makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen, that an application of, for an example, if a person applies for a mall, that when you look at the floor plan or the plan of that mall, it requires maybe just a maximum of 4 hectares. But then that person or that company is allocated 40 hectares. Now where is equitable sharing? He only needs 4 hectares, but then he got 40 hectares. I'm just making an example. It is not fair. In other words, that person is going to occupy the whole 40 hectares. Where will other people go and use the land that they have to use for sustainability and economic sustainability and freedom? Sometimes we even go to an extent of using our own monies from our own pockets, to fight these injustices. And I can even make examples. I have a case against a CPA, a certain CPA. I had to pay from my pocket a lot of money, and I still have to pay more. Kosi Mahura died now in December. He died also having to pay from his pocket because of the land that was left in the Northwest. Kosi Toto, she also had to pay from her own pocket for farms of Penda because there was some litigation some time ago. She had to pay from her own pocket. Because obviously, when we have to use traditional council's money, there are so many red tapes and whatsoever, so we cannot go into that. So it is very unfair for us. Nabakhaisho, I want to remind you that I was just married recently. Honorable I'm a newlywed, and I do not want to lose my wife because I'm using her money for communal purposes. A clear example, okay, I just said that I have the CPA that is invading the farm, Yale farm, that I'm currently occupying. And they are also invading also Pakane. That farm was used for grazing. They invaded Pakane, saying that they have claimed that land. They haven't yet been given that land, but then they are also selling sites on that land, on that piece of land. They are charging people 10,000 rands and whatsoever. This is not fair. These monies, we do not know where is it going to. And we just wonder if the registrar is aware of what these people are doing in our lands. All these legal costs have been carried personally instead by the state structures responsible for land governance. I was talking about Kosi Mahura earlier on, about the Takwane, which is just in Freiberg, just in Northwest. I was talking about Kosi Toto on Penda farms. And we also have to acknowledge the fact that the provincial department is always, they are just a telephone call away. They are supporting us. That one, I'm not saying this to brag about them, but they are supporting us. But then we still feel that the support that they are giving us is not enough if there is no financial strength or financial support from that. They are coming to come and witness and say to them, to the courts, that no, this is the situation, this is what we know. They are even producing documents that we might not be having to prove that this is a communal land or this is a state-owned farm or whatsoever. But then we do not have any financial support. Hence, we are using our own personal monies. Now, specific examples and evidence. Honorable members, just for ease of reference, we will also provide these examples. For an example, Bahamokwar. The land was taken by Khasogonyana municipality. That land, it is called Khamohana. It is not only Khamohana, it's a big portion of land that has been taken by Khasogonyana local municipality. That was done without any consent from our traditional leaders, or from us, or even from our people. Panda farms. We want Panda farms to be fully administered by traditional councils. Because in Bophuthatswana, when Panda farms started, it was started in a way that government of Bophuthatswana wanted to develop it. That's what they said to us. But then it was given to people, fine. When the new government came in, government said, no, these are state farms, but then we do not know how do they allocate those farms to who. Who are the farmers who are benefiting there? That is a communal land that we feel that if you are coming from Bahajanki, because Penda farms are from Bahamokwar, if you are coming from Bahajanki, we don't see it fit that you should go and benefit from Bahamokwar. Let the Bahamokwar benefit from their land. Let the Bahajanki benefit from their own land. If Bahajanki is not doing things properly, administering their land properly, then that's their loss. But then we are seeing that Penda farms be fully administered by the traditional councils, not government. Of course, with government support, because we do not have the expertise or the resources to do that. From Bahajanki, an example from Bahajanki, Kurruees Reserve 690. Ladies and gentlemen, this farm, it was registered in 2012, together with Khamohana. And it is registered under Khasogonyana local municipality. We do not know how did they get it right. I remember that my father said to them that, okay, now that you want this piece of land, that's fine. Give us an alternative farm so that my people can go and graze there. Because you want this one, because it's next to town, now give us another farm so people can go and do it. And then they just thought, Janki Wai, Kebari. And then they started and they took the land. It was registered. We had a feeling that our land is safe in the hands of the minister because he's going to monitor that. But then, here it is. We lost the land still in the hands of the minister. Land sales in Mapotim village, I'm just mentioning examples. It is done without the consent of the traditional council. It is only some members of the community that are pretending or saying to people that they are leaders. And yet, we are not getting any support. You go to subs, they do not assist you. You go to courts, they do not want to assist you. They're telling you, it's your traditional authority, you have to go and deal with it. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are just some of the examples. From Bahapeklu, I so wish Jose Peklu would maybe arrive so that he can speak, because this thing, it is very close to his heart. He was one of the delegation that led the claim of those, they used to call them trust farms. He was one of them. But today, people, the CPA is not even recognizing him. They are undermining him as a traditional leader. He is struggling, he's even fighting, sometimes even physically with them, which is not fair. But anyhow, because he is here. Oh, Jose Peklu will maybe further elaborate on that. Now, other examples are affecting Bahabareki, Baha Mahura, Baha Takhanyane, and Baha Motswarakole, where the land is still under the Northwest Province. Some of these lands, they are just on the boundaries. In the northwest, like in Khanyesa, but then we are in Northern Cape. Some of the lands are farms, that is at Bomadibe and Henenfley. They are still in the Northern Cape, in the Northwest, administered by the Department of Rural Development in Northwest, but then the beneficiaries of those lands are actually people who are from Northern Cape. In your future engagements, honorable members and the chairperson, we will gladly provide you with maps and other documents as evidence to clearly demonstrate these land anomalies and encroachments. Because we do not want this to be seen as if it is just a talk show. We will provide you with evidence. You know, it was very painful when we received our maps. In our maps, it is clearly stated, that was just printed recently, with the coat of arms of the new government, clearly stating that these are the communal land or under the authority of traditional leadership. But then some pockets of land, they are still in there. However, these lands are ran or they are held indeed by the municipalities. This is not fair. Now, this is the relief that we sought from the Honorable Chairperson and members, also government officials. We respectfully request the following. And we are not going to be, we have never been politicians. We are not going to start being politicians today. In a political language, we would say we demand. But then now we will just respectfully request. In other words, we are saying that we are demanding this in style, not as politicians. We are demanding it in style. We need you to reprimand, and really, we need you to reprimand and take punitive actions against the CPAs because they are acting outside their mandates. You were given this piece of land. What is it that you are doing on the other piece of land? I don't know if maybe you are, the registrar is getting those reports that this is what these people are doing. Mr. Mweketi knows that last week, unfortunately, the error came from me. He had to drive. You can just think about it. And I'm not saying this because I'm buying his face. He had to drive from, I think that was from Kimberley, and then went to Vryburg. And then when he got to Vryburg, he was actually on the way to come and see me with my attorney. But then when he got to Vryburg, I said to him, no, the attorney is no longer available. Let us meet again the other day. So that is the kind of support that we are getting from this department. Now, we are also saying, respectfully requesting on demanding in style that the CPA Act to be amended because we feel that it creates communal leadership within a communal leadership. In other words, it is another Orania, it is another country in a country. So CPA's Act, they have to be amended. Our people has to remember where we are coming from. We are also respectfully requesting that we restore communal land and register title deeds in the name of traditional councils. That is restoring our cultural heritage. That will be now the true meaning of freedom that our forefathers and our predecessors fought for. They even died for this land. We need you to transfer all affected land from Northwest Province. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you will see to it how you do it. But this is what we are requesting. All the affected lands from Northwest to the Northern Cape, but under traditional authorities or traditional councils. Remember, we are no longer saying we are traditional authorities because we are not authoritative. We are a democratic country and we are leading our people democratically. That is why we are saying we are no longer traditional authorities, we are traditional councils, where people are well represented in our councils. So we are not just taking decisions as if like we are running our own shows. We want all the land. This one I have to be very clear. We are demanding in style and also politically. We are demanding that all the lands that has been taken by the municipalities, whether or not agreements existed, as our predecessors were vulnerable due to age and circumstances. You can just imagine, if you knew my father, you would see that he was very old, he was tired, and due to circumstances that he was seeing himself around, he couldn't like talk. Remember, he used to be a deputy minister in Botswana. So whenever he would say something that he sees that it's going to benefit the community, a lot of people they would say, yeah, you are coming with the Botswana mentality. So he was vulnerable. So whether there were agreements or not, this is now a new era. I want you to look at all this senior traditional leadership. Kosi Toto kopo eme kama auto. Kosi leboko lo ema kama auto. Kosi supi lo ema kama auto mungwame. Okay, the two gentlemen here, I'm not going to make them stand up. And the reason why I'm saying I'm not demanding that they should stand up, that's because they were born 1976 and before. But then these ones, you can also see them. They are very young, very young. So this is how we want to lead our people. No? Thank you, you can sit down. We also saying that, okay, before I go there, remember, most of us, if you do go and plant a tree today, there are possibilities that you are not going to enjoy the shade of the tree or even enjoy the fruits of the tree. I'll keep on making that example to people. So what seed are we planting today? We are not going to benefit from that, but it is our children and our grandchildren that is going to enjoy the shade or the fruits of the tree that you have planted. We just have to decide as to what seed are we going to plant. We also want the department to either reimburse our personal legal fees that we incurred while we were defending our communal land. If it is not going to be possible, that's fine. If it's not going to be possible, that's fine. But we want them to further take on these legal matters using their own monies. But we want them, whenever they help us with legal assistance, we should appoint our own attorneys of our choice, and then they will just have to pay them. We also want you, or maybe humbly requesting that you assist with beacon identifications for all traditional councils to prevent dispute and factionalism. Now, honorable members, as I conclude, kindly note that we sincerely appreciate this visit. We trust the wisdom of our people. Our people has said it. In electing you to be their voices in Parliament, the fact that you have left your comfort zones, if any, to come and hear us, it speaks volume. And for me, it seems like you do not have any comfort zones. It seems like you are always traveling around to ensure that you are really the voices of the voiceless. We do not want to fight government. This thing of fighting government, that it is no for pay. We are no longer going to fight government, and we do not want to fight government. We are eager to work with government. We do not oppose development although people see us as obstacles to development, we are not here to oppose development. That's what we want. We want an orderly, planned, and inclusive development. We will also appreciate it, honorable members, if you revisit us again, maybe in the near future, just to come and verify if your visit of today was not just a talk show, it has yielded perishable fruits. And also, for you to appoint a delegation to come and monitor if our concerns are being promptly addressed on a quarterly basis. I was made to understand that a portfolio committee, your portfolio committee once visited Northern Cape as well, some time ago. I think that was before I came in. But then, if we are still singing that song, this is just like Rastation. I don't know if you know what is Rastation. You know, all those songs. We can even remember those songs, how we sing them today. So this is going, we just hope and we believe, we trust the wisdom of our people that they voted people who are relevant to be taking this, to be their voices. Furthermore, please know that we are born to represent our ancestors, unfortunately. That's what we are born for. We are also born to represent our present communities and the generations yet to come. That is an unfortunate part of it. We ask that our dignity be restored, our land be protected, and our culture of unity be preserved. You cannot restore our dignity without giving us our land back. We cannot restore our dignity if we are still advocating that there should be traditional leadership within traditional leaderships, so that our communities can benefit equally from their land and become economically sustainable. And we live with pride rather than dependence of SASSA grants and government grants. That is not freedom of our predecessors that they fought for and lost their lives. My father didn't go to school, I have to disclose. He only went up to Standard 4. Today, I have a postgraduate degree. My father didn't go to work. I was taken to school with the livestock of my mother, with a plantation of rice, where my father was working the land himself. And it goes on to all the other Kurruees who are present here today, that we achieved what we have achieved today through hard work of our forefathers. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste a lot of time, but all that we need from government as a collective, including us, is that we only seek peace. That's all that we need. We only seek justice, and we also seek partnership, not conflict. That is what we are here for, and that is what we are advocating for. Our people has to share the bit of land that we have equally so. I thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Hoshi, for your presentation, which actually encapsulates all the concerns of all Amakosi. Amakosi will bear with me in that our program today is very, very packed. We are already having a pressure of time. There are actually 4 other groupings that we need to meet after Makosi. So therefore, I really am You know, I live in an Nkosi in a traditional situation. In fact, I'm born there, so I know the protocols and things associated with that. But because of time, we are going to try to manage our interaction in a way that we actually conserve as much time as possible for us to be able to engage with the other groups. Now I'm going to allocate only 20 minutes now to interact with the presentation of our course. I'm going to allow the honorable members to ask clarity-seeking questions and also to make comments on the presentation that has actually been made by Amakosi. Thank you. I will recognize members. If there are no comments, we are going to move on. Okay. Honorable Mkhaga.
Good morning, honorable members, Amakosi, the department as a whole. Let me take this opportunity just to make 2 comments and perhaps appreciate the presentation. Comprehensive presentation with all aspects that could generate discussions. We have been interacting with Amakosi. In one of the recent workshops, they were represented by their deputy president in Cape Town. Not sure if their deputy chair. The deputy chair of the National House of Traditional Leaders. We had sufficient time to explore and ponder seriously on matters raised then. We fully understand the local dynamics as far as this question of land. Land remains an issue for this portfolio committee that is very critical. So, just to touch on the question of the CPAs, because we're here because we are oversighting, we want to understand exactly what is progress made by CPAs in different provinces. As a portfolio committee, we already identify some gaps within the act that governs CPAs. We've identified those gaps. Would appreciate this input as we are reviewing some of the policy positions guiding CPAs. The critical question, which remains the food of thought to all of us, is that the majority of land is not in the hands of the black people in this country. Particularly if we are talking commercial land, which is still owned by the white minority in this country. And that's what we're grappling with. We understand the pockets that were governed by previous dispensations, pockets of lands, but they never came near to what currently is owned by the owners of the commercial land. And that's the question that I think all of us must just converge so that we're able to deal with that question. So that when we talk of a country like South Africa, we talk of a country that its citizens are all equal in front of the law. Now, we note, Chair, what the principal chief. I'm happy to get this new concept. It's the first time I hear the principal traditional chief. Yeah. No, Chair. This notion of municipalities and the traditional leadership dispensation will remain a challenge. And I think it's not a question of a portfolio committee having to deal with it unilateral. It's a matter that needs a collective mind so that we deal with that particular question. Because municipalities are legislated. And we understand that traditional leaders, again, are part of our constitution. So it's a question of us now finding time to engage in those issues. That's my comment, Chair, from our side, without necessarily engaging the debate, because I'm mindful of the constraints that we have in terms of our time. What I'm raising is that it's not a new discussion. Maybe what could be a new phenomenon is the relationship between CPAs and AMACOs. That's what for me could be within the space of the portfolio committee as a matter of urgency. How do we begin to address the tension caused not necessarily by CPAs, but by the structure of CPAs in our local communities, might be an issue that we must endeavor to resolve as a matter of urgency. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thanks, Chair. I would like to apologize because, of course, I missed the majority of your presentation. I had to deal with a family emergency. Of course, not the DA press conference. It was a family emergency, and I thought as much. And for that reason, Chair, I would respectfully pass this one. I'm sure my colleagues will adequately cover me. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable members, AMACOS, the department. I will comment and need a clarity. So the CPAs, there is a CPA leadership or structure and the CPA beneficiaries. I think the beneficiaries are permanently residing in the traditional authority council. I think so. And then I want to check first how is the relationship of the CPA leadership and the traditional authority. And I want to check who is undermining the traditional leadership. Is CPA beneficiaries or the CPA leadership, and how they are undermining the traditional authority. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. May I also take the opportunity to welcome the presentation by the representative of AMACOS, the host. We understand the land question to be at the center of restoring the dignity of African people, in particular, and Africans in general. We are at the center of restoring the dignity of Africans in particular, and Black people in general. and we expect that there shouldn't be conflicts amongst those that their dignity ought to be restored. Secondly, we anticipate that in event that there are conflicts, the state should create capable mechanisms to mitigate and mediate such conflicts. There should be a smooth coordination between organizations of traditional leaders and organs of people's power through a variety of other methods. The state has deliberately chosen CPAs as a vehicle to facilitate handing over of land to the historically dispossessed people, with the hope that such vehicles will be democratic in nature and consultative in its approach. But listening to the presentation is like the CPAs, including the role that government ought to play, are not taking us to an ideal environment where such conflicts are detected much earlier, mitigated, and amicably resolved. Perhaps at some point we'll have to do a total overhaul of the system. Or perhaps the problem is not necessarily in the systems or structures that are being created. The problem is the human being. Are people that are involved, both from government as well as in the CPAs, who are causing all these problems. And the amount of information and the knowledge we have accumulated over time points exactly to these 2 points that I'm mentioning. That the human factor, government officials, and perhaps to some extent, politicians themselves are involved in making these conflicts an ongoing phenomenon. So we as public representatives from National Assembly will only benefit from people speaking frankly and honestly about these problems, and perhaps later recommend appropriate policy interventions to deal with these problems. But lastly, Honorable Chair, is in the nature of the system that we have inherited since 1994, the capitalist system, which it has no intention of ensuring an agrarian reform, people's-led agrarian reform which benefits the people, which takes the people to the land and ensure that the land benefits the people. But instead, on the opposite, is a system that promotes conflicts on a perpetual basis. And only the elites that benefit from such conflicts are the ones that benefit. Provincial Chair and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Environment, Commissar Taule. I don't know if Shushu is still the Provincial Secretary of the Municipality. There's a high-level analysis. So, Honorable Chair, these are permutations that we have to look going forward, and perhaps at some point, as the political dynamics in the country points to a very hopeful situation, we might come at a point where we'll have to decisively place centrally in the land reform programs of this country a people's-led agrarian reform that takes people to the land and mitigate all conflicts that should ordinarily not be there by ensuring that we decisively intervene. Our leaders must always, traditional leaders must always be respected. But inherently in the system of traditional leadership, Honorable Chair, Babu Mwangu, is what is called inherent system of feudal forms of land ownership. Such feudal forms of land ownership ought to be transformed themselves to include rights for women to own land and other people with disabilities into the center of land ownership. Land feudal forms of ownership are embedded in the traditional forms of ownership in this country. And that's also a problem that needs to be dealt with as we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Well, I'm not sure whether the Chief Director would actually like to respond to some of the observations that have actually been made by honorable members and as well as Amakosi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Perhaps before you actually engage, I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Matsekatse, the Member of Parliament in Cape Town. I understand that we are visiting her constituency today. Thank you. You are most welcome. One member was saying that I must never forget to welcome you, otherwise you would not do anything for us this evening. By way of welcoming us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I'm going to spend a minute or two, then I'll allow the Deputy Registrar of CPAs to reflect on the issues that Khosikgolo was saying. From our side, Chair, the Office of the National Department in the province, we wish to confirm that, one, we have a very good relationship with the Khosi, provincial and local houses. They always call us, to clarify certain things. And then, I think Khosi has reflected on that. And then secondly, Chair, regarding the CPAs, I think it's only fair that we put it before this honorable committee that since our invitation from the provincial legislature through Honorable Taule, issues were raised there, and we are happy to report that at some point, Honorable Taule attended a CPA meeting just to come and observe. He's here, he can attest to that from the side of the legislature, just to see, because some of these meetings, Honorable Chair, they are very difficult for us as officials. We are held hostage. It's not safe. I think we need bodyguards, Chair, but anyways, on a later note. But Chair, I think on the issues relating to the Act and all those things, the best placed person is the acting registrar from Pretoria. Remember, that says the amendment. This is a national program. So, Ntate Mohasho, if you could come and talk to those issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, nationally, Chair provincially, MEC, and honorable members, both from the National Parliament and the provincial legislature. I'm going to respond to issues relating to the communal property associations, but I think I'll also touch a bit on the issue around communal tenure. There have been a number of challenges.
I would request you to, when you do give us that information, to bear in mind that we are still going to deal with CPAs.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
All right. There have been a number of challenges with CPAs where we had to intervene to address the issues around the disputes that they have with traditional leaders. I wouldn't talk specifically to the ones that are raised by the Kurruees, principal traditional leader, where you find that there is, for instance, the issue of encroachment of CPA members or beneficiaries on traditional land. The issue of people from the CPA, in the form of the executive committee most of the time, allocating sites on land that does not belong to them. When you look at that kind of arrangement or that kind of activity, it is not located within the CPA Act. There is no mechanism built inside the Communal Property Associations Act to address that. But the elements that then come into play is when you look at the set of facts, it points to a situation where now you have to apply the Prevention of Illegal Occupation and Eviction from Land Act, PI Act, because you cannot regulate it in terms of the CPA Act. It's something that has to do with tenure and the rights that are governed in terms of PI, or if the land is agricultural in nature, in terms of ESTA, the Extension of Security of Tenure Act. Then when land is being encroached upon, the legislation requires ESTA and PI. Both requires that there must be a formal termination of the rights of such people, and those people, if they are informed about the termination of their rights and they still insist on residing on that piece of land, then a court process has to take place. Then, coming to the issue of reprimanding, we do advise CPA members to confine themselves to the administration of land that has been allocated to them. But you'll find that in certain instances, there are some disputes with the undertone of traditional leadership dispute, where you will find that there is a section that is instigating these people to come and invade land that is owned by the traditional leader, and in the process try to undermine that traditional leader for ulterior motives. So it becomes a bit difficult to then get into that space to try to address the issue of the disputes within the context of traditional leadership. So that, in a way, causes a bit of consternation for us as officials, because when you look deeper into the issue, most of the time you find that there is some element of contestation over leadership within that particular community, which manifests itself in a dispute where the CPA is aligned to one particular side in that kind of dispute, and then they then go ahead and undermine the traditional leader. Then coming to the issue of the amendment, yes, the CPA Act, like any piece of legislation, as you implement, you'll think that the Act as you have it is foolproof, it's effective enough to cover all things that you want to do. But as you implement, you come across gaps. We as officials, we have also identified the gaps within the legislation, which will have to be packaged and then consolidated into proposed amendments that will then have to be taken to our political leadership as the Parliament of the Republic to then process into a piece of legislation. But nothing stops members of the public or the traditional leadership
whenever they identify such gaps, to also bring them to the fore, and then we look at consolidating and ultimately effecting amendments that will close the gaps that have been identified. Around the issue of the transfer of traditional land that is under the control of the traditional leadership, but under the custodianship of the minister, I think the communal land tenure bill is intended to address that part. So once the process of tabling and then public comment is underway, I think that will be the right platform for the traditional leaders to then engage with the legislature, because once the bill is tabled, it will then be in the hands of the portfolio committee and parliament to then process and invite comments. So I think that will be the appropriate time to engage around that issue of the transfer of title. Around land that is taken by the municipality, that one, I believe, it's something that is beyond us as the Communal Property Association's office. Maybe as part of that communal land tenure bill, you can also bring that aspect to be considered as the members process the bill. The issue around the identification of beacons or boundaries for the various traditional leaders, I don't know, the colleagues maybe from the department that deal with the surveys, maybe through the chief director, if you can engage the Office of the Surveyor General to maybe assist based on the land that is proclaimed for the various traditional leaders, get them to identify where the boundaries may be lying. Okay, maybe the other part that it was raised yesterday, maybe I think I should also bring it in. I came to the realization that on our website of the department, we have not publicized the contact details of our CPA office in terms of where it is. But there is the CPI directorate, which the contact details that are applicable to the CPI directorate, those are the same contact details that are used for the CPA office, and that's for the benefit of the members and any member of the public that may be interested in contacting the CPA office. And regarding okay, maybe let me defer this once for when the CPA come, Honorable Chair and members, so that I can talk to those issues that were raised. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We welcome your response, and luckily, the gentleman who was just speaking just before me answered the honourable member the question of how are the CPAs undermining us and so. So I think he actually answered that. And you know, if somebody is coming from the department and is saying what he's experiencing as well as an official, it shows that we are not just making up stories. It's something that is proven. But by the way, just to add, is that both the CPA structure itself, I don't remember how did you put it, but I take it it's like the board, the committee. Both the committee and the members were really undermining our authority, both of them. And, you know, we never want to fight. Just imagine me having to fight with somebody. Just look at me, how skinny I am. They are going to kill me. But by the way, we cannot solve our problems through fighting, physical fighting. We have to negotiate. But then they don't even listen. They don't listen at all. But anyway, I think whenever we need to give you anything, any information, we can do it individually from our traditional councils, just for the sake of time. Let me just say, okay, with regards to the municipalities, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge and we respect and we really appreciate it that the municipalities, they are actually service delivery agents. That's what they do. They are not custodians of the land. They are not owners of the land. Let them do what they are supposed to do. Let us handle issues of land. There's no ways that we can transfer the title deed to any municipality, to any, there's nobody that we can transfer the title deed to. We can rather transfer a title deed to an individual. But anyhow, there will be ways as to how our land is collectively controlled and protected. Those are the things that we are going to look into. So the municipalities, they should never go into our communal land. Let me see. Oh, and by the way, we are leaders, Kasjuana Bare Kosi Tutoburu Lela Matlakana. So basically it says we are a garbage bin, something like that. So everything comes in there. And I'm not saying that my people are garbage. What we are saying is that our people are different. We have people who are very intelligent. We have people who are very stupid. We have people who are drunkards. We have priests. We have police. We have so many different people. We also even have people who are dead. Those are our people. We are leading all these people. So whoever who is residing in our land, we have to ensure that those people, they equally benefit. Whether you are a woman, whether you are disabled, whether you are a young person, whether you are old, you are one of us. That's how equality comes in. So we do not look at a person or how wealthy you are or how healthy you are or whatsoever. We treat our people very equally so. And I also understand that there are some traditional leaders, not in the Northern Cape, by the way, but then there are some traditional leaders elsewhere in the country who are undermining, especially like women. And I was very surprised. They were very surprised when I was telling the other members of those communities that, no, man, when you are saying that women can own land in your traditional authority, what do you say? Because right now we are not allowed. And I said, no, remember when I was born from a woman. So there's no ways that I can undermine a woman. And my children, they are also born from a woman. By the way, a head is always a man, and a neck is always a woman. A head can never operate without a neck. And the body of a person is actually your children. There is honorable members, 2 municipalities, Jomorolo, local municipality, and Khasawanyana local municipality. With the Khasawanyana local municipality, I've been made to understand that they are currently busy on a project of building 5,500 houses. We are welcoming that. But then our problem is the title deed. Did we give them consent? We want people to live in decent houses, yes. But then, was there consent?
Jomorolo local municipality, they wanted to develop or establish a township. But then the only problem was that we were in dispute that now we cannot transfer or donate the land to you. The land ownership should remain with us. Hence we are saying that let us rather take the land from the minister's hands and then we administer it. Of course, with guidance and support from the department. But anyway, thank you very, very much for your inputs and comments. Thank you. Sorry, I need to acknowledge the fact that we have also Kurruees Isaka. They came in a bit late, but Kurruees Isaka, okay. Oh, Kurruees Isaka, he is in Kurruees Mabohole, and yes, Kurruees Mabohole. Kurruees Isaka is coming from Butitong. Also, Kurruees Mabohole is coming from Butitong, from Kurruees Mochwara jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndavezitha Inkosi. Actually, it's been a learning experience for some of us here, but we are not completely unfamiliar with the developments and the issues that actually have been raised here. All that we can actually plead for is that there should be stability, there should be cooperation, there should be respect amongst our own people. The institution of traditional leadership is an African institution. Is that what our people know better than anything else? In fact, they used that institution to wage struggles, to fight land dispossession. That is why we're talking about Hoshimumpuru in places like this. That's why we're talking about Hoshi's Kukuni in KwaZulu-Natal on the 22nd of January. We were commemorating the Anglo-Zulu War, a war, a South African war, which actually took on the might of the British Army and defeated them in defense of our land. So some of us really appreciate the role of traditional leadership. Perhaps some of the problems that we are settled with in our land, in our attempt to actually find equity in land distribution, could best be handled by traditional leaders, because they have been there before any other institution. So that is why some of us are still advocating for the amendment of Section 12 of Chapter 12 of our Constitution. Because, you know, we can't have a constitution which actually spells out the roles and functions of traditional leaders in just one paragraph. That's an insult. That's an insult to ourselves as African, and have the bulk of the constitution talking about institutions that we have borrowed from other, you know, systems. That's not right. That's not right. In fact, that is the essence of some of traditional leaders who felt very strongly about their roles. They really boycotted even the process of CODESA, because some of us felt that it was flawed because the traditional leaders were not represented there. They were not. So that makes it the reason why Chapter 12 of the Constitution is written in only one paragraph. So, well, it's not the occasion to discuss that, but I'm worried if there is no coordination of planning, because there is what they call SPLUMA, Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, that is in place now in this country, where there should be maximum interaction between local government and for instance, and other stakeholders, including institutions of traditional leadership, on issues of planning, the land use planning. You know, I heard Inkosi saying that there are some 5,000 and some odd houses being built somewhere, and there hasn't been any sufficient interaction with local, stakeholders. But SPLUMA is and also DDM, District Development Model. Actually, those are structures that are in place to actually facilitate sufficient interaction of our people at local level. So if that is actually not promoted and not actually being made to be active, then there will always be gaps in communication. That being said, thank you so much. We are, and it's good that Amakosi made a formal written presentation, because we will actually factor it in our report to Parliament on our visit here. So we will also be interacting with the Minister about the issues that you have raised, with the view to actually finding solutions. You know, in issues that you raised here, there are quite a number of low-hanging fruits which one has identified, which can easily be resolved without actually the need for any tension. So I would urge our officials to really come closer to Amakosi and identify those low-hanging fruits with a view to actually to identifying them. One of them is, the issue of boundaries, getting the Surveyor General or Survey Office to come and actually assist in identifying boundaries. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to actually do that. You don't need a conference of some kind to do that. Somebody must just actually go and do that. So on that note, thank you so much, Honorable Amakosi. We appreciated your presence. Your presence and your contribution in this discussion. Thank you, Undabezit. So if Amakosi, they would feel free to stay on if they want to. Can we then get the Kamupe, the CPA? Can we get them in? Because of space, I see we don't have a lot of space. I don't know how they are going to. Okay, so. Okay. Can I give honorable members 5 minutes of comfort break? 5 minutes starts now. Okay. CD, can we get all of them in if they are not a big crowd? Okay. Can we please take our seats so that we resume our meeting? Good morning. Kamupedi CPA. I would like to welcome you to this meeting and apologize that it has actually taken slightly longer than we had expected. We are happy that we are able to meet with you. My name is Albert Mwango. I'm chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development in Cape Town. I would like to introduce members of the Portfolio Committee that are with me here. On my far right is Honorable Member Sylvia Isaac. She comes from this area, this province. May I also introduce Honorable Adams, who is next to me. She also comes from the province. She's a member of Parliament in Cape Town. On my left is Honorable Madlala, who is a member of this committee and member of Parliament. The empty seat next to him is actually occupied by Honorable Nana, member of Parliament and member of this committee. And the next empty seat to the empty seat is actually occupied by Dr. Mahlase, who is also a member of this committee. Then the one at the corner there is Honorable Mkhaha, who is the member of this committee. There was a man with a red overall there. It's Honorable Mahlase. It's Honorable Matthias, who is also a member of this committee and a member of Parliament. So I would hand over to the leader of Kampedi CPA to first introduce himself and then introduce his delegation. And then he can actually also start to do his presentation to tell us exactly what is going on in the Kamupedi CPA, what are the successes and what are the challenges, etc. Thank you. I believe there is a mic somewhere there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members of Parliament and honorable members of our legislature, let me take this opportunity to formally welcome all of you to Red Sands Country Lodge. We are indeed blessed and we are very much happy to receive you today. It is a clear indication that actually you haven't thrown us into the deep end and just left us. You've thrown us into the deep end, but after that you decided to play supporting role by also, allowing us to host you and to, provide you with obviously something that you're going to be paying for in return. My name is Zebo Tsetlo, and I'm currently employed as the Chief Operations Officer of Red Sense. I was previously employed as the administrator for the CPA of Gamopedi. So I'm going to introduce to you members of our executive committee who are here today, who could make it to this meeting. Not all of them could come. We've got 5 of them today here, 4 of them, sorry. I will start with the Deputy Chairperson of Gamopedi CPA, Lydia Moreki, followed by Re Otlhopile, Me Antoinette Kisiamang, our secretary, and then Re Happy Boy Diseko. There's another gentleman called Tebohomane Rwezi. Okay, he'll join us later. Yeah. So, without any further waste of time, I'll zoom straight into our presentation for the day. We have made copies for visitors. I don't know if they've been distributed already. Yeah. Okay. No, that one is Madibeng. So that means they're still busy with us.
Hard copies of your presentation. It puts us into some kind of disadvantage because we are not going to be able to follow what you are saying and be able to interrogate it meaningfully if we do not have copies.
Oh.
What can be done to do that?
Yeah, I think they just got delayed. Yeah, it's there. Should we pause for a while whilst waiting for the all right. Thank you, and my humble apologies for late availability of those copies, Chair. Our presentation is quite comprehensive and a bit long, so I wouldn't want to go into full details of it. We decided to include everything that has got to do with our background so that the members can have a clear understanding of where we come from, why did we have to, in the first instance, lodge our restitution claim. So I'm not going to go through it word by word, but I'm sure members will have an opportunity. I'll just zoom straight into the slides that I believe make sense. Others, I'll just make a summary of it. I mean, okay, maybe just a brief background. Gamopedi Communal Property Association is actually formed by 10 or representatives from 10 different villages around Gamopedi, Nchweng, Sidibeng, Lokaleng, Gonvera, and then like 10 villages that make up a total number of 142 families. So these are people that were forcefully removed from their place of origin, which was originally Olifantshoek in the 18th century. And after that, when they came to Kuruman, as they had to give way to white farmers who had taken over their land, they were then made to resettle at 4 different farms called Kurruees, Mount Vera, England, and Eldoret. So, but some of them also resettled in Gamopedi, in a place called Ditlong, a section called Ditlong in Gamopedi. That was in the 18th century, but around 1945, after the discovery of asbestos in the area of Mount Vera, Kurruees, and all these farms that our people had been relocated to, it was decided by the then government that no, we are not going to allow these people to stay here any further. So they were subjected to a second instance of forced removals again. You know, they were taken out of those 4 farms and then they had to resettle initially in Gamopedi, and then others went to the villages that I have just mentioned. So as a result thereof, that justified our submission of a land restitution claimed in 1998, whereupon the claim was actually approved in 2014, but the actual handover of our first piece of land was done in 2019 by the then Deputy President, Ntate David. Ntate David Mabuza, may his soul rest in peace. So at that stage, we were awarded one farm called Kurruees, which had a few infrastructure there. But what was unfortunate is that after being awarded that farm, there was no other supporting mechanism that was provided except for a tractor and a trailer that was bought. Nothing else was provided. So we sat for a number of years with the hope that government will bring through, because when the Deputy President made those announcements, I think that event was held in Sweden, he indicated that along with the award of that piece of land will come other support in the form of the land development and support program. We expected cattle and a couple of other things that were mentioned there, but it never happened until 20. So in 2022, a project was approved to rehabilitate asbestos in Kurruees. As you may have heard that I mentioned that Kurruees was part of our original land, and then which we were also reinstated to us. But then there was a problem with the asbestos mining that had been taking place there. So that project was implemented by the Department of Environmental Affairs, I believe, and DMR was also involved there. Okay, some of our members did manage to get themselves some contracted work, and some were afforded temporary employment in the project. So the only unfortunate part of this project is that when the second phase had to be implemented, suddenly we didn't hear anything any longer from government. It went dead quiet. To this day, honorable members, we are still waiting to hear what is going to happen to the second phase of this rehab program. There has to be this second phase, because if you were to visit this farm, you will see it by yourself that you still have asbestos fibers that are exposed there, which are still, posing a danger to the health of our people and ourselves. So in June 2023, government again bought these farms where we are today, what is called Cadwallader 776 and Kurruees 774, which actually are one joint farm that make up about 1,765 hectares, which has a lodge, 80-seater restaurant, this 150-seater conference hall, there's a bush camp with houses that side, and then there's a butchery that is being utilized only for the lodge itself. And then we've got also all the chalets and bungalows and rooms that you see around here. But in addition to that, we also must mention that we do also have a number of wild animals around here, game, in the form of eland, kudu, impala, zebra, Ruiharter bears, springbok, waterbuck, ostrich, blessbok, oryx. At that time, they made it a total of about 286 heads of game. But as we speak, we are in the region of around 500 heads of game. So we really need to appreciate and thank the government for the support that they have afforded us in providing this wonderful piece of land with all the assets that came through with it. In addition to the assets that I've mentioned, we also, as part of the assets that were bought for Gamopedi CPA, we had 3 vehicles, a Toyota Hilux 4x4, 2013 Toyota Hilux, a 2010 Hilux 3-liter, 2016 Ford Ranger, and 2014 Toyota Quantum, which is actually used, the Quantum is used to transport staff within the establishment from the lodge to where they stay. But as you can see, all the cars that I've mentioned, they are, there's not a single one of them is under 10 years. They are all old, and you can imagine the amount of mileage that they've already traveled. Yeah, we also have some livestock handling facilities here, because I must mention also that there was about 40 heads of Nguni cows that we also found in the property as part of the acquisition. I'm not going to waste time on the slide that talks to investment opportunities. I think members will be able to go through that at their own time. But just to get a sense of what are some of the things that we are dreaming of implementing, and what are those that we have actually started off by beginning to implement. But I must emphasize that in 2023, the CPA took a decision, a very conscious decision, after this farm was handed over to them, to say that this farm has got a lodge, which is a serious business that is ongoing in it. We are not going to come with an idea of focusing on agriculture alone and overlooking the fact that we need to sustain this particular business. And the decision that we took as the CPA was to therefore appoint an administrator. As I said earlier on, I'm the one that was appointed, to take over or to actually oversee the management and operation of the lodge. And in the meantime, enter into a lease agreement with the current, or rather the previous owner, to continue to operate the lodge whilst the administrator is understudying and getting the relevant training and getting to know all the ins and outs of the operations and management of this lodge. So that period ran from 2023 until 2025. And as we speak, it has come to an end in December. The end of December 2025 was the last day of the lease agreement that we had with Mr. Richard Kaufman. So I formally took over the full management and operation of the lodge from the 1st of January this year. And I can confirm that so far, everybody is happy. We don't have any doubts any longer about the potential sustainability of this lodge. The trend in terms of the performance is still the same. In fact, it has even improved. I mean, generally, lodges do not make much money. But when you look at, in comparison to what we did this January as compared to last January, there's a serious, remarkable improvement. So I can say with certainty that we have got a very clear confidence that we are on the right track. I must also, however, mention that we do have a few interventions that we need. Not very much in the form of big projects that we want to be. We do have our own dreams about this huge land that has been awarded to us. But I don't want to go into that. I would rather focus on what is it that we would like the portfolio committee members that are here as they leave to go and try and assist to intervene in, achieving them, in getting us this kind of interventions. The biggest one at the moment is our water infrastructure in the lodge. As you can see, this place, like I indicated earlier on, is comprised of 1,700 and odd hectares. Now, we've got water pipes that are running all over the farm. that are providing water for game in the farm and for the few cattle that we have, as well as conveying water from one dam to the other, from the boreholes to the lodge. Now, you will realize if you are to closely inspect those pipes that these pipes were laid way back in the 90s, around 1991. So some of them have rusted. They are plastic pipes, but some of them have dilapidated. And on a daily basis, honorable members, on a daily basis, we have to try and seal leakages on these pipes. At times, water runs throughout the night when we are asleep, when we can't see, and we discover in the morning that the whole tank of 10,000 liters has run into the field. So we really need assistance. Unfortunately, I couldn't provide cost estimates to the kind of intervention that we require. But this is just to give, that will be provided at a later stage, but this is just to give you a sense that we need to be assisted with the acquisition of some of that infrastructure to get our water network up and running in a proper way. We also need to acknowledge that the border fencing around this farm is quite old and rusted, and we are also being bothered by these warthogs that are constantly making holes in this fence and creating an opportunity for smaller animals like your impalas and springboks to escape. So we need to be assisted with, because as I say, this is old fencing. You close one hole today, the next day there's 3 more holes, just like that. So the other thing that I must mention is that when the previous owner installed this fence, he made it a point that he installs, he electrifies the fence along with the installation. Because normally when you have game, you want to do everything in your power to prevent potential poachers from coming in. But ever since we took over, he told us that the fence, the electrical part of the fence has not been functioning for many years because of the costs of repairing it, because there's a number of instances that needed to be repaired. So we are saying that if we could be assisted again with refurbishing as well as repairing our electric fence. We have previously reported to the department as well as our conservation department that our field is full of bushes. If you were to travel around, you would see that there's a lot of bushes and shrubs and also species that really are encroaching on our vegetation around here that needs to be removed. So we once submitted a proposal in the form of an application to the department to approve that we do the bushing, or rather that they come and assist us with that aspect, but it was never adhered to, I must confess. We, to this end, have not received that assistance. So, and then the other point is the vehicles that I mentioned, members. These are vehicles that are critical to the operation, or rather successful operation of this lodge. And we are repairing these vehicles quite constantly to understand that, they take a chunk of our profit, which could be used to be put away, for one day when we are able to pay dividends to our members who are sitting at home with the hope that one day they will get something. So if we could be assisted, with the replacement of this fleet, it would be a very good gesture that we would appreciate for the rest of our lives. We also need a tractor, trailer, and a plow, as well as a tractor scraper to assist with the, refurbishing some of our internal roads. I must also mention, honorable members, that I'm sure most of you were surprised that you have to travel a distance of 2 kilometers from the gate on a bed gravel road, and yet when you get here, you find such a nice establishment. We don't have funds to pave that road. We would really appreciate if we can get some kind of an intervention that we would ensure that at least the road gets paved. and our guests are able to drive, on proper drivable roads. Of course, we do have a number of guests that come here on their 4x4s and that enjoy driving on sandy roads. So we will not get rid of those ones. We will still keep them for those that want to utilize them. There was one that actually said the other day that if you put paving or tar road on this road, we don't know what you will be trying to achieve, because we want a red soil on our car's wheels when we live here as a sign that we've been to red sands. Lastly, members, we submitted an application last year. Not even an application. We actually submitted a reminder to the Department of Land Reform that out of the 7,000 hectares that the Gamopedi CPA have applied for, as part of their land of origin, only 4,000 has been awarded this far. This thing has been discussed over and over again, in several meetings. We've been talking about it for time immemorial now. We even went as far as going to, look for farms ourselves. And we found some of the farms, that are relevant to close off this particular claim. And we submitted details to the department. But each time we get told that focus must be on the farms where we are originating from the Kurruees, Mount Vera, England, and Eldoret. Now, the owners of these farms are not prepared to release the farms. They've been engaged many times. But each time, the department seems to emphasize that, no, we can't buy you alternative land. You must get back that land from those farms. Now, I don't know what else are we supposed to do now, because they themselves, as a department, have been to engage with these farmers, and the farmers are not prepared to release those farms. So our appeal is that, can the committee please intervene and help us acquire the outstanding 3,000 hectares so that we can close off our land restitution claim. Yeah, I hope I've been able to cover anything, everything. So if there's anything on the side of my colleagues that are here, members of the committee, they will add, but I'm sure the presentation, you will see the rest of the information that I've skipped there on the copies that have been provided. Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, COO. I think what is missing in the report is the financial aspect of your operations. The financial report. Are you guys making any profit? And we want to see that in your report. And the relationship between your expenditure and your income, and your future projections. Also represented in rands and term and cents. If you want to expand, how much that expansion is actually, how much are you anticipating to spend on that expansion? Because you are a business venture now, you're operating a business. Yes, I understand what you actually are appealing for from the part of the government, but this is business. I mean, may I allow the members to put questions or make comments? Or they're still digesting what they have just heard.
Thanks, Chair. Sibingelele, CPAs. I want to check, COO, the leadership for the CPA. There is only Deputy Chair and the secretary. Where is other members? There's 2 members that you introduced. You didn't mention their position in the CPAs. So can you tell us where is other structures? Because now, if there are 2, maybe you'll give us a clarity on that one. Thank you.
Good morning, members of CPA. I think everybody else was here when we initially were engaging. Chair, just clarities from my side. Appreciating the type of work that the CPA is doing. To the extent that is able to hire its own administrator, because we believe that the sustainability of this project is pivotal for your success. Maybe I was unable to go through this document within this short space of time, because I wanted to check the role of beneficiaries in decision-making processes. Meetings you are sitting, how frequent do you sit with all your beneficiaries? And what has been their role in ensuring that you succeed in your work, and also they benefit? Because expectation is that part of the progress of the CPA, you must be able to point to this dividend, whether they are really benefiting concretely, financially, out of this project. That's one. 2, the type of support we are getting from the department. The type of support we are getting from the department. And there might be challenges, but primarily, what is this support? Thirdly, the budget, and I'm sure Chairperson has spoken to this question of a financial report, was part of our responsibilities to understand the financial viability of this project. But let me be specific on this one. Budget allocated to this project, whether you are able to make headways in terms of your basic needs. When last did you receive the financial support by the department? The other one, Chair, is in relation to infrastructure. I won't talk to it. The CPA, how then do you relate with the mining bosses as far as this is concerned? Was you are indicating that there are many other programs that are continuing within the CPA boundaries. The last one, Chair, from my side, is in relation to the profits you are making. Well, the sustainability of these projects depends on the profit you are making, so that you stop being dependent. The project must be able to run on its own as a business, if you like. But benefiting its own beneficiaries. Just to check roughly on average, your profits you are making, whether out of the lodge or the entire investment that is located within the space. I'm worried when you're talking of the gravel road leading to this beautiful structure. And my sense is that you might not have a relationship between yourself and municipalities. Those municipalities, again, are not immune from actually assisting CPAs as far as this goes. To what extent are you able to relate, also ask for support by municipalities so that matters of this nature, just to have a smooth gravel road leading to this very beautiful infrastructure is addressed? Are you able to talk to municipalities in as far as that is concerned, including this question of water? Today's world interventions talks about boreholes, and you're on a farm here, you understand that the former owners of these properties were dependent on windmills. Have you explored that, or is there difficulty in terms of actually intervening through those measures in ensuring that water is available within the farm? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thanks very much, Chairman. I hope I will not come across as being negative, COO. But here is the thing. You seem to be running a very successful, rather, shall I say, you seem to be running a successful operation here, despite all challenges or difficulties that you guys are facing. And yet, and despite government's investment in your CPA, I get a sense that you are still looking up to government for help. And some of the difficulties that we are facing, it is my submission that you can actually attend those on your own. Now, at what stage do you anticipate that your CPA can be in a position to operate beyond expectations of government's intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Adams, do you want to have?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check with the chairperson that there on point 14, outstanding 3,000 hectares. Did you receive any communication on whether you will receive the other hectares that is outstanding? Thank you.
Chairperson, I thought I would ask about the issue of the developments that is transpiring and at what stage. And I think it's the same question that Honorable Nana asked. At what stage the CPA will see themselves as self-reliant, and how will they reinvest? Because already there is a prospect of a wind farm and renewable energy development and so on. So I think they are one of the more affluent CPAs, and it should be that there should be more partnerships, maybe between themselves and the municipality in terms of further development. Thank you.
Can you take the mic too? There is a mic somewhere there.
No, thank you. Let me also take this opportunity and greet the honorable members and the leadership of the CPA. I felt like I must speak and clarify one thing, Brazebo, Ratetlo, because of we might live here thinking that we don't hear what you are saying. Our understanding and that of the national office is a bit too different because of their accounting to the minister and presidency. But we have a duty to play our oversight role as the provincial legislature, where I'm the chair of this portfolio committee. And my request will be that, can you please maybe, before we leave here, we get through our researchers that are here, your contact details and everything, so that we invite you to a meeting or we arrange that we come and see you. We feel your pride, we feel the pressure, and I think you should be supported. And I'm not saying National is not going to support, but we are here accompanying them. Is their meeting. That's why you see members of the provincial legislature being a bit quiet and not speaking a lot in this meeting. And I thought we must clarify it so that when you live here, you don't live with the confusion that even members of the Northern Cape provincial legislatures who are residents of the Northern Cape could not say anything or deny or support us. So that is the plea that I'm making to yourselves, that we understand your concerns and we are going to work hand in hand with you. Don't feel shy and don't be threatened to raise your concerns. When you see honorable members here, they are elected to represent concerns of the people out there, but they are from another. We are here with our MEC, and I think we will be in a position to come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I also have just one or two questions before the member of the CPA actually responds. One actually it actually emanates from your asset list on page 7, I think. I'm interested to know how much of that is still there and still operational. And also on page 8, the last bullet, there is an ACT tower contract which has recently been cancelled. Can you share with us why was this contract cancelled? Then on page 10, I see that you are charging 5,180 rand per month for the Vodacom lease. Is this reasonable? And the last one is on page 12. You have a list of required interventions. How have you planned for these interventions to take place? Is there any concrete plan that is in place to actually address and actually deal with these issues that you have actually identified here? Thank you. I do want also to emphasize the point raised by my colleague
that, look, we should begin to inculcate in our minds that you are running a business. You really are running a business. The bulk of the issues that you have identified here, you should actually be able to plan and deal with them yourself. Otherwise, your business cannot be said to be successful if it cannot sustain itself. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks once more, Chair. I must start off by actually also expressing an opinion before I answer the questions. That, you know, sometimes when you are in a position like ours and you are looking up to the powers that be to play a sympathetic role to your plight, it's discouraging when you don't hear even a single member appreciating, you know, or expressing just a sense of appreciation to say, it is you guys, we really appreciate the fact that you've been able to sustain this thing since it was handed over to you in June 2023. You know, I know that it's our responsibility to make sure that it is sustainable, but it helps if you express a sense of appreciation. But anyway, thanks, Chair. Yeah, can I start with the last question, Chair, regarding the fact that we are running a business. Chair, if you may have noticed or heard me in my presentation, I made it very clear that we've got a month and a few days only in charge of this business. So if there is a period that is long enough to judge us, well, let it be. But I'm saying we started off on the 1st of January 2026. Before then, this business was in the hands of the former owner who was leasing it from us. We deliberately entered into that agreement with him because we were not brave enough. You can blame us or whatever, but we were not brave enough to say we are ready to take this business over as is. And I must also mention, this is not a very, very simple business to run, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very sensitive and delicate business because one mistake, people go on social media and destroy everything, all the reputation that may have been built by the previous people. I'm not saying or implying that white people are better. But I want us to acknowledge that the bulk of the guests here, 75% is tourists, white tourists, overseas, German, France. So you treat, you know, that area with sensitivity. That's why when we took over, we took a very conscious decision that we are not going to take out the management, the middle management of white people that were there. We are going to retain them. And in fact, the entire staff that was there before, we have retained all of them. Not a single person has lost his job because we wanted to favor our own members. No. We have taken it as is and we are running it in the same fashion that it was done before. All that we are trying to do now is to improve it. So in a way, I'm trying to answer the questions relating to what is it that we are doing or the profit that we are making so far. Yes, the previous owner that leased the property was not running it for free. He was paying, as he started paying 100,000 rands in 2023 and 2024, we increased it to 110, 2025, it was 120. So he was paying us that money per month, paying the CPA. So in turn, the CPA used the bulk of that money to finance its own administrative issues, to pay, because they had already appointed the administrator and a farm worker, by the way, farm caretaker, you know. They also needed funds to pay for the costs that relate to their monthly meetings. So I think the treasurer, unfortunately, is not here today. If he was here, he would be able to, he would have been able to give you the details of how our finances stand. I can only talk for the lodge for now, but I do have also some information pertaining to operations of the CPA because I've always been close to them. Regarding the question relating to, now that I'm talking about the members, yes, we have a executive committee of 10 members, 9 when you subtract the one that decided to stay out. The chairperson is not here today because he has requested to be relieved of his duties for a while due to ill health. So the mistake that I did when I introduced members was not to introduce the deputy chair as our acting chairperson. And then the treasurer couldn't make it, as well as the deputy secretary. The other members that I mentioned are additional members, including those that couldn't make it. They are additional members of the executive committee. But I don't think it will be fair on this committee for us not to also admit that we received this invitation yesterday afternoon. So I hope you will bear with us that we couldn't make up the full complement that you may have required to be present. I hope issues relating to the financials and everything, they are understood in the sense that this business, we have only acquired this business now. The previous owner deliberately, concealed the financials from us because, as you know, anybody that you give confidential information to, when you are a tenant and he's LSE, and you are not happy with the rent that he's paying, the moment you see what he's making in his records, he's going to obviously say, no. I mean, you are going to say, we are not happy with the rental that you are paying. You should be paying us more than this. So he deliberately concealed that. And I mean, logically speaking and legally speaking, you cannot compel your tenant to give you his own confidential financials. The question that was posed by another member that spoke for the third time was the role of beneficiaries in decision making and what is in it for them. I think is there any way in which they are benefiting? When it comes to issues pertaining to compliance with our constitution, we do not have even the slightest doubt that we are doing things every time by the book. We hold monthly committee meetings. We hold regular quarterly meetings of the general membership. So our members, if you ask any member of the Skamopedi CPA in the street, as to him, do you know what is happening at Red Sands? He will tell you exactly what is transpiring there because they are kept up to date with what we are doing. We do not hide any information from them, and even everything that has got to do with our expenditure and income, we disclose them to. The other question was, what type of support does the CPA get from the department? We have received a lot, I must confess, we have received a lot of support from the department. I'm not the one to stand and criticize them. But what we are saying is that it's not sufficient, We are not going to portray ourselves as experts in this industry who can run it alone. We don't need anything. We'll go out of our way. We'll buy new bakkies. We will pay for all the expenditure relating to the pipes that I've referred to that are broken down. We are not going to do that. We are going to ask for assistance. It's only if we cannot get assistance that we will say we can take that risk. But take it from us, we are not at that stage where we can take the little profit that we have made so far and begin to spend on it, and as if we have the confidence that the business will be sustainable. Business is a very unpredictable thing. Some of you that may be involved in business will know that one moment you think things are running smoothly, the next moment somebody sets up a same kind of business close by, and poses serious competition to you that you cannot, manage to overcome. So we are not, the reason why we are appealing for assistance or support, it's not because we are greedy, we just want to rely on government to keep on. No. We have some pride that we want to be seen to be people that are able to stand our own. All that we are requesting is, please, if you can afford to assist us with some of these few things that are left, help us. We are maintaining these vehicles without anybody's support. We are maintaining, the fence that I'm talking about, we are maintaining it regularly. It's just that we need to refurbish it. The roads, if you were to drive around here, you will see there's old internal roads that were used for hunting. We have refurbished, we have graded those roads. There was no, the last time when the department was here, they can attest, the Department of Agriculture, one of the requests that we made to them was for them to help us with funding to construct fire belts around the farm. This property, like I said, 1,700 hectares, did not have fire belts. So when we realized that we are never going to get that support, we did it ourselves at our own costs last year around July, August. Yeah, we did all those fire belts at our own costs, and we never bothered to say, no, department, you failed us or anything like that. As a sign that shows there are things that we are able to take up on ourselves. When last did you receive financial support from the department? I think that one is answered, ne? The department bought the property for us and everything in it. And that was it. There was no additional support that was ever given. Or maybe I must mention because you'll see it on your report, on the presentation that I've availed to members, that you will see that there is the land development support application that I mentioned to the department. It's been going on for a while, but finally last year, November last year, the department confirmed that our application has been approved, and they're going to provide us with all the necessary support mechanisms for our farm in Kurruees. Remember, we are talking about two farms. It's this one where it stands is, and the first farm that was awarded in 2019, which is called Kurruees. So at least we've got 9-something million worth of support in the form of cattle, 2 houses that have to be constructed for laborers, farm laborers' houses, and then renovation of an existing house, renovation of crawls and fence and other infrastructure. So it takes us to just around 9.7 million. So we really appreciate that department. We are not the people that would fail to acknowledge when we are being assisted. One of the members asked about the Kurruees mine. In the background that I was providing, I was saying there used to be an asbestos mine at Kurruees farm, which was awarded to us. Now, asbestos, as we know, all of us, is a killer. It's that mineral was mined in the 40s and 50s, but then later on, when it was discovered that it is creating harm to people in the form of contaminations, and when you inhale those fibers, you develop things like asbestosis and cancer-related kind of illnesses. Then the Department of Environmental Affairs, as well as the Department of Minerals Resources, embarked on a project to rehabilitate the sites. So the areas where there were holes or those mines were closed off. Now, all I was saying is that project was not completed. They left other areas where mining and where there's a lot of asbestos fibers exposed. They left them exposed, and they are posing danger to the health of our members. Yeah, well, we have taken other comments as advices to us, like we need to engage with municipalities to assist us in some of the interventions that we require. I'm happy that at least I've seen a representative from the municipality here. So we will engage with her immediately after this session. The question that was asked as well was whether did we receive any communication regarding our outstanding 3,000 hectares. The answer is no, because the only response that we got was that, like I said earlier, the department is still pursuing the very same farmers that have told them that they are not prepared to sell their farms. So we don't really know what to make out of that, because we have said it before, that those farmers are not prepared to release that land, so get us an alternative farm that can cater for this 3,000 hectares. So it's not happening. Yeah, we appreciate your comments, Honorable Taule. We will keep in touch and make sure that at least you keep you abreast of what we are trying to achieve here. The assets listed on the report, Chairperson was asking how many of those assets still remain. And I can confirm that all of them are still there, Honorable Chair. The only difference is that, you know, and this is one of the mistakes that government does from time to time. Government bought Kurruees farm for us as a CPA and promised us that we will get all those other support mechanisms in the form of the cattle and everything that needed to be put there. But that never happened, and we're talking of 2019. So as a result, we never took occupation of the farm, except to ask some of our individual farmers within the CPA to rent, to graze their livestock there. So as a result of people not occupying the farm, there was vandalism. So some of the infrastructure there, like the houses, there's been some stealing of electrical cables there, in some instances, roofing and the like. But the infrastructure is still intact. That's why in the approval of our LDS application, the only thing that is going to be done there is to renovate, not to construct that new house. But the laborers' houses didn't exist, so that's why with them, new ones need to be constructed. We have just taken over, what the Vodacom lease, I can say to you that it's an issue that we are still debating with Vodacom, because even to this day, Vodacom has not paid us a cent as yet for that tower. It is that tower that you see when you enter the property on the left, on the hill there. It's got a wind, it looks like a windmill, so the Vodacom has installed their devices on that thing. So we are yet to get the lease agreement that Vodacom had with the previous owner transferred to the name of the Kamopeli CPA or to us as Red Sense. But it's a matter that we are pursuing. Even just as early as last week, we did engage Vodacom about it. So unfortunately, that one I cannot answer now because we haven't started receiving the rental ourselves. So I can't tell whether, I mean, it will be a waste of your time to say, yes, it's reasonable, or no, it's not reasonable. Let's wait and see how our contract is going to look like, and then how much are they actually paying us, so that I can say with certainty. I think that point was made after we got it from the previous owner, that is what Vodacom was paying him. But I doubt that that is what they will give us. Yeah, I hope I've been able to cover all the points. I don't know, Chair, if there's anything that is still outstanding.
Well, honorable members would like to make follow-up questions.
Thanks, Chair. I'm checking the structure. Have ever declare and pay the dividends to the beneficiaries? If yes, how much or what percentage? If no, why? Because the company was generating the income in rent. Thanks.
Chair, I posed that question of the benefits of beneficiaries. I'm not going to rehash what my colleague have just raised. The absence of treasurer becomes a problem, because part of our responsibility is to receive financial reports so that we are able to make sense of whatever presentation that is made on the basis of your efforts. And I must emphasize that we appreciate your efforts, but the fact that we still have a CPA here since 2019 is because of your efforts. That is highly appreciated. It doesn't negate the fact that we've got to have a responsibility to cause our CPA to fully account about their activities. Now, surely a question of budget and the department must come in here, Chair, and tell us exactly the type of support that they were giving to this CPA. Because it can't be that the CPA would run its affairs on its own from day one. But again, the confusion that you started taking over from January to date is a confusion because it begins to nullify all your efforts from 2019. Now, if the former owner of these farms, could not account to the CPA, because I don't believe that this structure has been established 1st of January. CPA executive was there during that time. And it is that structure that must account from the beginning to date. Now, and that's the role. It's not a question of a relation between yourself and the former owner, whatever. You had a responsibility to cause whoever is running this project on your behalf to fully account. This report, therefore, is incomplete without us being exposed to the activities of the CPA from day one, 2019 to date. There might be committees that have visited here, but I'm saying that should be reflected as part of your reporting as far as that is concerned. Whether the farmer was concealing whatever, and the department must come in and tell us exactly its intervention in assisting you to cause the former owner to account. Now, that's my worry, Chair. Because when it comes to a budget, surely CPA must be able to have its own estimates that per financial year, this is the amount we would need to run this particular project. I'm worried, Chair, because Treasurer is not here. My assumption is that the Treasurer is accounting to the executive, and therefore at least a report prepared for this meeting. I'm worried about this thing of that you only received a notice yesterday. Maybe whoever was facilitating must tell us here. Because again, that's the one. The contracts. I hear the contract of Vodacom. This with Vodacom. Are there any other contracts that you have with whoever is involved in the project? from 2019 to date. Are there any other projects, contracts, contracts that you have from 2019 up to date, and so that we understand exactly that we're raising this thing from experience, moving around these provinces about the CPA, hidden information, and that's why we're probing these questions, so that we fully understand and have a clear picture. Because our recommendation would be to assist you, or assist you when you are open to us as far as this particular program is concerned, Chair. I think, Chair, those are my few comments as far as this report is concerned. I'm worried that we're not going to get a financial report. In fact, we're supposed to condemn this CPA executive for even if it was a statement of financial statement of last year or whatever, but for us to be here and don't get even an understanding of a financial report is a problem. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think we have been, I have been covered with regards to the issues of the meeting invitation. Now, we don't know what is the details of the agreement with the former lessee, and why it is now that some of the infrastructure like roads and so on falls on the CPA or the current management of this resort. So I won't comment on it, but we would have loved to know why is it that in all the years that this property has been leased out there was no agreement even for the former owner to assist with the road building or the infrastructure. The one issue that is concerning to me is the fact of what is happening at the Kurruees farm and the fact that the rehabilitation is actually stagnant. First, I would love to know, is there anyone that of the beneficiaries that are residing at that specific farm? Because of we know what the threat of asbestos is, but also whether they have involved or engaged the department as well as the Department of Minerals to assist with the issue of rehabilitation on the farm, because I think it's a very concerning issue. And also I heard that there is so many people that is on the CPA, but I don't know whether there was any report of the functionality of the CPA. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know if the CEO understands that where as a country we engage in a transformation project. And there should be no piece of our public life be left untouched in terms of transformation. I hear you in your report saying that you have left the management of the entity untouched. To what extent does that fulfill the aspirations of transformation? That would be my first question. And don't get me wrong, transformation is not disruption. There ought to be transformation. Otherwise, if transformation and change of management was not an integral component, would still be sitting with a tricameral parliament, a pre-1994 tricameral parliament, if you know what tricameral parliament means. would still be sitting with F.W. de Klerk as the president and his descendants taking over from one to another. May his soul rest in peace. The second point, what is the point of government giving back land to the CPA? I'm going to pay the CPA. And all what it was comfortable and happy with was just to appoint yourself as a CEO. And you represent that which is called an Irish coffee transformation. Know what is an Irish coffee transformation? The entirety of the coffee is white, with some few sprinkles of brown or black at the top. You seem not concerned about ensuring that beneficiaries of the CPA do benefit at the end of the day. They have got kids who ought to be integrated in the structures of the CPA, in the managerial structures of the CPA. You seem not to be interested about that. What is your plan of addressing that? Lastly, you seem to be not reporting truthfully of the operations of the CPA. We can read for ourselves here that how many beneficiaries are there. And this is a massive enterprise. It's a massive business enterprise, which must have dividends. We understand that you have not, it is not so long ago that you acquired this business or this land from government or from the previous owner. It's not so long ago. You might still be stuck with how you are going to figure out the distribution of dividends to beneficiaries. And there are thousands of them, and so forth and so on. And what is your future plan of ensuring that the children of these beneficiaries do benefit out of this? So I concur with honorable members who are decrying the fact that you are not being fully transparent about what is going down in respect of this business, and also not providing us with sufficient information about your financial statements and all of that. We're not here to hang you, but we're here to open your eye to see the bigger picture. When I say you, I'm not referring to you as an individual, but we're also referring to the executive committee of the CPA and members of the CPA as a whole. We want to see real transformation in real time going forward. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I will then hand over to the COO for responses. And shortly, immediately after those responses, then I would invite the department to make a contribution to the discussion that is ensuing.
Thank you. Chair, thanks, Chair. Let me start by all right. I want to start by clarifying Honorable Mukha. Honorable Mukhache. Yeah, Honorable Mukhache, we didn't take over in 2019. We took over in June 2023. That is when this property was transferred to the CPA. And the operation of the business itself, we took it over on the 1st of January 2026. So I will somehow also answer the question relating to, I think it was asked by Honorable Madam Isaac. Yeah. Oh, okay. Honorable Madam Isaac. Yes, I think the question is very relevant. We had a lease agreement that we drafted through attorneys, and we all sat down and discussed at the broader general meeting of the CPA to see if everybody is happy with the nature of the agreement, the way it has been crafted. And the lessee also had an opportunity to make his inputs into the agreement. But I must say that initially, it appeared as a one-sided agreement. But finally, when we agreed, the lessee said to us, I'm not leasing the entire property from you. Now I don't have an interest in the game and everything that is in this field. I want to lease the lodge. So if you agree with me to lease the lodge, yes. But if you don't agree, then you can take it over, because I don't want to take responsibility for anything else. So the responsibility to maintain the roads around here and the fences and everything remained ours. His is within, you'll see there's a fence surrounding the small property. I think there's 30 hectares only around here. So we can't hold him to account for all the infrastructure that I was relating to, which is not inside the lodge. So it is the CPA's responsibility, that one. Now, in the same breath, the lease agreement contents were very clear that this man is running the business for his own, not for the CPA. So he doesn't account to the CPA how much he makes. That was the nature of the lease agreement that was signed. He accounts to the CPA only for the rent that the CPA has agreed he must pay them. So let us not confuse it with what the finances of the CPA itself, because that is a different matter that I said can be accounted for by the treasurer, who is unfortunately not here today. But I'm sure the treasurer, had he known that we are having this meeting where we are expected to prepare this comprehensive report, he would have made an attempt to come here, or to at least hand over something to me for me to report on his behalf or present. But we learned of this meeting yesterday, and even the structure of the presentation, I just assumed that what I have prepared for you there would be what you'd be interested in as leadership. So please, if you were to blame us, bear in mind that we were not clear in terms of which areas you would be interested in. The Chair asked whether we have approached anyone about the outstanding rehabilitation in Kurruees. Yes, Chair, we've written letters. We have even raised this matter in the presence of when the Deputy Minister of Mineral was here. Or the DG, ne? The DG and some MECs were here at that sense in 2023. We told them that we've got this outstanding issue of the second phase of asbestos rehabilitation. And the DG, the then DG, even assured us that he will follow that matter up with his counterpart in the Department of Environmental Affairs. But unfortunately, we never heard from them ever since then. So we'll really appreciate if somebody could take that and follow it up for us. The last honorable member that talked about transformation, I didn't get his name. But yes, member, we are very, very conscious of the fact that we have a responsibility to transform.
It's Honorable Matthias.
Matthias. Honorable Matthias, yes. we are very, very conscious of the fact that we have a responsibility, all of us, not only government, but all of us that can make a contribution towards transforming this country. We have that responsibility. But it needs to be done in a very accountable kind of fashion. We would never, ever, under no circumstances, we would never, ever have allowed the management that I've been referred to, I mean, that I have just referred to earlier on, to leave without having made sure that a process is followed of ensuring that they empower or impart the skill that they have and knowledge to up-and-coming managers. So we do have plans, just that they are not immediately implementable. Instead, what we have done is we have assigned these managers with the responsibility to make sure that they train others that we wish to take over once they are gone. We do not have immediate plans in terms, if you were to ask me when are they going, please, unfortunately, I can't answer it at this stage. But what I can confirm is that there is a plan unfolding that is aimed at that ultimate objective. In as much as we allowed the previous owner to benefit from operating this place for a while before we took over, we just thought that it would be also proper for us to make sure that we follow a process and not run into getting rid of people before we are sure that our position is okay. I don't know if there's anything else that I've skipped, but on what I have noted there.
One honorable member asked about dividends.
Oh, yes. In one of the AGMs, I think that was in 2023, our chairperson made a formal announcement that according to his own projections and according to members of the executive committee's own observations, we will be very, very, irresponsible to say that we are going to pay members dividends every year, because we would end up with a situation where a member would only get, maybe a household would get 500 rands, because we're talking of 142 beneficiary households. So the chairperson said, in December 2026, I'm making a commitment that we are going to declare dividends, and all members that are registered are going to, member households that are registered are going to benefit from this dividend. So we do have a plan, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, COO. The Chief Director.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, just a few issues before my colleague from the Northern Cape Land Restitution comes and deal with the issue of the outstanding claim. Number one, Chair, as the department that is responsible for providing support to CPA, I think maybe let's confess before the committee and apologize profusely to say that on the issue of invitations, Chair, we want to be fair to Hamupedi as well as Baha Petlu CPA. But I can explain as to why they were invited yesterday. One, there were some CPAs, Chair, that we really wanted the committee to interact with. But unfortunately, they were not, on the last minute, then they said, no, they can't. But with Mopedi, we thought it will be wise because they are the host of this, so that they can give the committee a sense of what is here. Because this is the facility of the CPA. And we will, apologize to them for that. Like Baha Mopedi, Baha Petlu. With Baha Petlu, Honorable Chair, you'll recall that yesterday, I think we interacted with the content advisor of the committee to say it's only fair that when the principal traditional leaders come here to say these are the issues, because in this area, even the select committee then in the sixth parliament, they were here to deal with the very issue. We thought it prudent to invite the CPA also to share with you. Like Khosi, I think, has articulated the issue of the relationships. Then we thought, let's give parliament, so that we have both perspectives as we inform them. And the chairperson is here of Bagapetlu CPA. Like for an example, Chair, we really wanted Maremani, Babatas, Tsini, Dikwen, those are hotspots. But because of other members were not available, we said, no, we can't just the committee come and do that. And please, through you, Chair, we really like to apologize for that. That is one. And then number two, Chair, we'd like to confirm from the side of the department, this CPA, in the province, we have like categorized, compliance CPAs, hotspots. I think Honorable Isaacs, you will understand. If you talk of hotspots in the Northern Cape, some of them I've listed them here. Bomaremani, Richtersveld, Sidnonval, the chief whip, I think all members, they are aware of those dynamics. Those are hotspots. But coming to Hamopedi, honestly speaking, the report that the minister normally that he submits annually, Hamopedi, you'll find that this is one of those complying CPAs here. All regular meetings, financial statements, would like to confirm that they normally submit credible financial statements. The report that is submitted to Parliament, I hope is this the relevant committee? The CPA chairperson, we are happy about it. And the last issue, Mr. Lawrence, as you come, Chair, in terms of land development support, I think that etc. has explained. But this was a way of making those interventions. When Deputy President was here, he handed over, it was Hamupedi and Kono CPA. So when in Gauteng, our colleagues in Gauteng, they said, we have 20 million here. Internally within the department, we said, no, we can't return this money to National Treasury. Otherwise, Parliament, next time you'll say, no, but we were given money then. We then said, give us that 20 million. They gave us, as the Northern Cape. And then out of that 20 million, we then said, Hamopedi and Kono. Kono is one of the CPAs around here. That one is approved, done and dusted. They will be supported in terms of production inputs. Hamopedi will be 4-something million, and then infrastructure. So both of them. So we thought we should clarify those issues. And then Mr. Lawrence will deal with the issue of the outstanding claim from the land restitution.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, honorable members. Yes, for Hamupedi, thus far the claim has been settled in phases. For phase one, as was indicated, we purchased the farm Reris and portion one of the farm Reris. For phase one, we transferred 2,123 hectares to the CPA. Then for phase two, we purchased the farm Coheim and Cadwallader, which is where we currently are. This, the extent that we transferred to the CPA is 1,765 hectares. What we still owe the CPA to finalize the claim is approximately 3,000 hectares. What in this area we've been having challenges, as I indicated on Monday, that some landowners are not cooperating. One of the things that we require from landowners is to state their stance on the claim. Are they objecting to the claim or are they accepting the claim? If they are objecting to the claim, we need something in writing from the landowners so that we can proceed to refer the matter to the land court, for the land court then to adjudicate on the matter. But there are other remedies. If the CPA wants alternative redress, we have alternative redress in the form of financial compensation, which we can make available to the CPA to finalize the claim. But we then need a resolution. Because there are a CPA, there needs to be a community resolution indicating to the Commission that they are willing to accept financial compensation. The reason there was a question, why are we not buying alternative land? As I indicated, we normally only buy alternative land when the original claimed land is not restorable. But in this case, that land would be restorable. But we need something in writing from the landowners, either objecting or not, or indicating that they are willing to sell the land. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Honorable Mkhaga.
Thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I hear what the department is raising to us, because they are acting on behalf of the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. And as a portfolio committee, we do have a commitment from the Minister. Now, what we are raising is not in tandem with what the Minister is always sharing with us. But my question was simple. Since day one of your handover of this land to CPA, what has been your role? Because in terms of your procedures, you're supposed to give undivided support for a period of time to CPAs. Now, you don't respond to that question. What has been your role? And that's what worries me, because we wanted to check your role vis-a-vis the report you are receiving today. Instead, you are commending. Commending what? Was here, seated here. We don't have a financial report of the CPA. You are satisfied. Then we must listen to you. It can't be. If you're satisfied with the reports, give us a report that augments what the CPA is raising. 2, it's clear that dividends of the CPA since they were established, there's nothing that they can point to say this is our benefit. I hear the comment, which a person is not here, who made a commitment that by December 2026, dividends will be paid out to beneficiaries. Now, do you have a capacity? Because by now, you're supposed to know the capacity you have to pay this 142 to meet the beneficiaries. Is this CPA in a position to pay out those benefits? I don't understand the latter report, Chair. Because there are 2 options. When you have reached agreement with the farm owner, there are processes legislated that you must follow. It's either objection or acceptance. If there's an objection in violation of the agreement, there is a recourse. Now, I'm not sure what is it that you are waiting for. I'm not sure what is what you are waiting for. But you do have a recourse. If there was an agreement between government and these farm owners who are now reluctant to hand over the claims, then you have a recourse. Why would you come here and narrate stories to us? Now, that's the issue here for me. Why don't you use the only available recourse that you have through the institution that you've established many institutions to intervene in such cases? But what are you waiting for? You're looking for alternative, what? No, not no alternative. That 3,000 must be transferred, or you go to court and challenge the violation of an agreement or the breach of the. So I'm saying, Chair, I don't understand the very last report that we are receiving now. as far as this is concerned. The last question, Chair, that I want to pose. We've listened to Amakosi here. And we don't want to single out this CPA because it has reported. But what has come across to us is that CPAs are undermining the principal traditional leaders. Are undermining the principal traditional leaders. Just to check the executive office CPA whether that's a statement of fact or it's just an allegation. But they were here sharing that with us. That their problem is to be undermined by CPAs. Whether that statement is a statement of fact, but can we get a comment as far as that is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Colleagues, we have a problem of time. It's 1 o'clock now. I would actually ask the COO to keep those questions, especially the one relating to the allegation or whatever, a statement of fact by the Amakosis that they feel undermined by the CPO, the CPAs, because it was not actually referring to Hamupedi CPA only. It was just a general, all-embracing statement, in fact, pointing a finger to all the CPAs. So since we are now going to be hearing from the Madibeng CPA, then they will actually incorporate a response to that question in their presentation. Can we hear the Madibeng CPA?
Chair, I'm not from Madibeng, but we want to assist the committee. Mr. Muchumi, who's our member or beneficiary, he wrote to the committee raising issues regarding the Madibeng CPA. So I'm not sure whether he's going to, but his complaint was referred to the committee. In Jalo Baba Ben, yes. Now then, when the program was finalized, it was said that Mr. Muchumi must come in. And we have also invited some members of the CPA. And then, Chair, the other thing that we wish to indicate, the registrar has disbanded or dissolved the executive committee of Madibeng. Ayalo Remusiapo, agli disbanded. Yes.
Madibeng CPA. Okay. You can go ahead. We have your presentation.
Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon, everybody in the house. My name is Lex Muchumi from Madibeng CPA. Actually, ours is much of a grievance that we have submitted to the portfolio committee following so many discrepancies that are happening within our CPA. Sorry for the cap. I'd start with the brief background of our CPA. As our CPA actually started in 2014, where there was an appointment without any elections for the committee. This came from the fact that our members, by then, there were members that had a knowledge of what's happening with the CPA. So after the claim was submitted, those members decided to group themselves and the committee was established from there. So I believe that you've got those copies there, but I don't know if maybe I could start with the chairperson. I've noticed that the copies there, they don't have the names of the chairperson up until the treasurer. But the chairperson by then was Mr. DJ Muchumi. His deputy chairperson was Mr. Musia Poa. The secretary was Mr. G.V. Muchumi. Deputy secretary was Ms. V. Plaki. The treasurer, Mr. A. Dikolenyane, with additional members of 8 members. It's Ms. Moremi K, Block H, Olaine O, Hasijiwe M, Kolopetwe JK, Muchumi DE, Moremi LK, Lentikang MS. This committee served its term till 2018. And during its tenure, the Rural Development and Local Commission Provincial Office under Mr. Kenny Luabano and Ms. Chap, I don't know right now where are they, but I've noticed that Mr. Luabano is on pension, were the ones working with our CPA. Since there was no thorough consultation with claimants in the purchase of Farm 7, number 36, and Farm Benham, number 60, at the value of 10,099,400, and transferred to Madiben CPA in 2014, July on the 24th. And there was no committee during this transaction. The committee was established only in 2014, November the 4th. And the constitution is of 26 May 2014. If you can just see that there's a difference between the purchase of the land, the constitution when it was, I don't know how can I put it, but when it was drafted, those are the differences that I can put forward. All they received was only title deeds. Mr. Luabano, and Ms. Chabalala started sidelining the committee from sharing information since they deemed them troublesome for seeking more clarity in all processes followed by the department. The committee finds so many discrepancies in how the members were added as beneficiaries without proper verifications. The department only took names from Madiben community and made them beneficiaries. In 2014, the 22nd of August, before the committee was established, a letter was sent to the department by Mr. Ahisanyam Patrick Muchumi requesting a thorough verification of members with a follow-up that he sent in 26 December 2014. After the request, without any response to the letters, the department then established the committee on the 1st of November, as I've stated from the beginning of 2014. In 31st March 2015, another follow-up letter was forwarded to Ms. Rueda Baulaki, the then acting director of Department of Rural Development in the NC, requesting a meeting to get clarity about the verification report conducted by Prof. Kilingwe Mayende at Madiben Village on 11 October 2014. And Prof was appointed by the department with an affidavit that came from the Muchumi family that was submitted in June 2016 by Ms. Kiakai Julia Moremi in support of the Muchumi family. This is since Ms. Muchumi was still alive during the forceful removal by the whites then. She was born in 1924, April the 7th day. The department always refused to share the report by Prof in response that the information is confidential and it is only for the department. Since it was within the process of land redistribution by then, Mr. Kenny Lewabano informed the chairperson and the secretary of the purchase consultation of Farm Sansusi and called the chairperson to a meeting on Saturday in Kurruees town at Absa parking lot in October of 2014. This meeting was for the chairperson and the secretary to sign the agreement or acceptance of the farm Sansusi as an alternative land for the CPA of Madibeng. The chairperson, Mr. Ditiro Jakes Muchumi then, and his secretary, Mr. Haibolai Vincent Muchumi, refused to sign these documents with reasons that they never had any mandate from members and there was no proper consultation with relevant members. And nevertheless, Farm Sansusi was finally purchased by the Department for Madibeng CPA. This was signed for by Roundboy Otleting and Kalabasi Moremi as members. They were just ordinary members of the CPA by then. They signed even though they were not members of the executive and without the mandate of the executive. All of this was done deliberately by Mr. Luanbano and Ms. Pindi Chabalala. In 2016, the executive received the policy implications signed by Ms. M. Dutoit in 2nd of June 2016, which also brought so many confusions that Mr. Luabano responded by saying that there is nothing that members could do because they have to accept what they are given, as this was as if it's a favor to us. Members had problem of this purchase with reasons that they are not conversant with game farming. Mr. Kenny Luambano and Ms. Pindi Chabalala ensured that the farm was leased back to the Whiteheads family without members' consultation. The Whitehead families are the ones that the farm was bought from by then. Sansusi Game Farm was bought as a going concern, and therefore the model used for placing the game farm on lease was questionable because the farm was bought generating income with game and chalets. There was never been a disclosure of income generated nor of lease income since 2014 up until to date. The problem derived from the fact that this financial implication was for Madibeng community, including forcefully removed families from 7 farms. As the claim was initiated within 54 households, where in Annex D, Section 11.1, it is stated that this purchase was an alternative land in full and final settlement of Madibeng community, including 7 claimants. One of the challenges is that Farm Sansusi Game Farm is situated in another province, which is also a challenge for members, with so many problems that were never considered. Without that, the purchase of Farm Sansusi Game Farm was evaluated and purchased accordingly for the benefit of the claimants. And if, as we are still questioning its land purchase, only at the value of 61,906,000 without animals. In 2018 August, the department convened an AGM with members for the election of the new committee. This meeting was called without the consent of the executive committee. That's where all problems arose. The department had their people to be elected, those that they managed to control. They finally moved the chairperson and the secretary from the claimant list and had list updated on their interest. We wish to see which proper channels were followed by the department, having to convene a meeting without the executive of the CPA, where even with the then list as attached, Mr. Israel Tukwi was not even a member. When I say the the attached list. I've sent it to Mr. Lwazi. Mr. Tuku was not even a member, which proves that he was later added by Mr. Kenny Luabano and Ms. Pindi Chabalala to serve their hidden interest. In 2018, September 14, Mr. Ditiro Jakes wrote to Itumelem Betuel Mashune requesting the inclusion of other members in the list, as there was verification done in only one family and where affidavits were submitted as proof to the department. All this went in vain, without response. The department had always targeted one family and had always said that the Muchumi family are not in the list. With all emails written to them for intervention, the department always refused to assist or intervene. With all the efforts from the Muchumi family, we managed to gather other families, especially the colored families, that were excluded in the list. With the history we had that they also stayed in 7. With all that, other families were included and the list was updated by the committee. And with the department influence, the committee always refused to have the verification of other members and the update of the list. Since the establishment of the committee in 2018 by the department under Ms. Nokufa Bukibo's influence, the committee stayed in power from 2018 up until 2024. During this period, the CPA was administered by Mr. Israel Tukwi as the executive committee alone. We always queried that through the provincial department, the arrogance we always received from the department was that we are not members and we have no powers in the running of the Madiben CPA. With all the administration from Mr. Tukwi, the department, especially Ms. Nokufa, always defended Mr. Tukwi. We attended all meetings called by the department, and the meetings were conducted as if we are in a traditional meeting where Mr. Tukwi's word was his final word and we had to abide by it. With the Madiben constitution in hand, it was not even regarded over the period of Mr. Tukwi's, over the period of Mr. Tukwi as the executive committee alone. There was never any financial report since 2014. I mean, even up until today, there hasn't been any financial report. The farm Sansusi game farm was leased to the Whiteheads family without proper consultation with members. We never knew how much it leased for, how the finances were managed, all throughout. Ms. Nokufa Bukibo refused to have the committee removed or the new committee to be elected because of the lease agreement of the Whitehead family. The Whitehead family is the very same family that sold Farm Sansusi to the department. We, in so many cases, requested the asset register of all farms bought for Madiben CPA, all financial statements from 2014, meetings and verifications and adoption of new members as constitution states. Most members in the list realized the commotion within members and the history behind the conflict. So those that knew that they are not members, as they were just listed in for the process of claiming the land by the department, those people have long abandoned going to meetings. That is why the meetings never correct, and even with all explained to the department, they never assisted. At least in 2024, the department decided to listen to most of our grievances. We believed that this was only because the contract of the Whitehead family has lapsed. After the deliberate failed 2 consecutive AGM, that's when again Ms. Nokufa and Mr. Mashune decided to impose to us members that are not in the list to the executive of the CPA. This matter went on for a year through us submitting our disputes to the newly appointed acting registrar in 2025. Our provincial department had never wanted to help us in this matter. Farm Sansusi which with the newly elected executive encountered an unamounted loss of capital and asset. The cases opened against the executive for illegal hunting. We have reports of animal cruelty to the Department of Nature Conservation. We reported a purchase of a vehicle using the CPA finances to an individual. That individual is Mr. Boko. And the vehicle is still under his name, with the finances of the Madiben CPA. We also requested financial reports of the CPA asset handover and registration. They never called meetings. They also list a farm without consultation with members. When I say they never list, I'm talking about the newly appointed executive since 2024. We reported mixing of game animals with domesticated animals. The state of Farm Sansusi is now at a wreckage. As beneficiaries of 7, our forefathers were forcefully removed from their land of bees and honey. We wish to submit our claims accordingly and leave Madiben CPA with its members as we are imposed to them, and have our 7 CPA as our claim supposed to be. This is because the Madiben community is giving a false impression that the claim was done for them, and this is through an influence of our provincial department. We believe that someone with influence had always had their personal interest in failures of the Madiben CPA, because the Madiben CPA, where some farms are allocated to, there are minerals. The total claim of our original claim is 80,000 hectares, where we are only for now managed to get 25,000 hectares. The department under Mr. Kenny told us that Farm Sansusi was the alternative purchase by the department in place of all claims submitted, and we cannot make any claim in future. Thank you.
Thank you. The leader of the Madibeng CPA. May we hear from the department?
Honorable Mpangazita.
10 minutes to respond.
Honorable Chair, there are 2 issues here. The first issue relates to restitution, and I think restitution, Mr. Lawrence is better placed to deal with those issues. Secondly, is around the CPA. And then that's why I've requested the Deputy Registrar to come and deal with some of the issues raised relating to the functionality of the CPA, because they took a decision to disband the executive committee. So we don't want to confuse the committee, but it will reflect on some of the issues raised. So I'm not sure, Chair, in terms of the chronology of issues, I think it's better if Mr. Lawrence deals with the issues relating to restitution, because I think close to 85% of the report talks to the land claim, how the claim was settled. And then the Deputy Registrar will deal with those CPA-related matters. Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Is it possible, there were some allegations made against the Commission for the purchase of this property. Is it possible that the former chairperson who is part of the meeting can just clarify certain issues that were raised?
When you say former chairperson of this CPA?
They are in the meetings.
The chairperson of what? This CPA?
Or should I say the committee that was established when we were dealing with this matter?
Where is the committee that was established then? Is it here?
Yeah, they are here.
As a committee?
Former committee.
Or as former committee? No, I'm not sure whether I'm clear. Are there two committees here? One former committee and the current committee?
I think, Chair, what my colleague is trying to say is that from the side of the commission, when at the time when the claim was settled, there was a committee. Oh, sorry, thanks, Chair.
Yes.
So he prefers that that committee then must clarify some of the allegations leveled against the commission. But currently, Chair, there is no CPA committee. As we are talking, there is no CPA committee. There is an interim committee. Hence, I said my colleague, Mr. Sam Mohasha, from the Office of the Registrar will clarify. So we are in your hands, Chair, whether you'll allow, as per request of the...
Sorry, CD, or no. There is a vehicle, a blue Ford pickup, double cab, with this registration, DFB 631NC. Is actually blocking the entrance. Can the owner please go and remove this vehicle quickly, because the guests are not actually... Okay, you can proceed.
Chair, that's why you see this thing is a... But anyway, maybe, Chair, to give proper context to the whole thing, can the registrar explain this thing of the committees? Then later on, the allegations will be dealt with. I think it will give you a clear picture as the committee or what is going on, because currently there is an interim committee. Yeah.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Towards the end of the past calendar year, around September, the Office of the Registrar, the Communal Property Association's office, was roped in to come and assist in terms of the resolution of disputes that are occurring within Madibeng CPA. And as part of that engagement, the various parties to the dispute were called in, and there were specific things that were requested in order to assist in informing the decision that had to be taken regarding that CPA. The reason why we came in is the provincial colleagues have been making attempts to resolve the disputes, but the members were not coming to the party in terms of being amenable to proposals that are supposed to guide the resolution of those disputes. Now, amongst other things that we found when we got there is the issue that I think it has been referred to, where CPA resources are used to acquire a vehicle, but then that vehicle gets to be for the exclusive use of an individual, and even gets registered in the name of an individual, although it was acquired through the resources of the CPA. The other issue was the issue of accountability in terms of reports that were not being presented or were not given to members regarding the application of their resources. Then there was the issue of contracts that are getting signed unilaterally by the executive committee that was in place without consulting the members, even though the current legislative framework demands that if a CPA executive committee has to enter into such contracts, 60% of the members must support that kind of land transaction. And before the committee goes ahead to sign, that contract must be forwarded to the office of the registrar for the registrar to give his opinion on whether they should proceed with the signature of the contract or not. That was not done, even though the committee was required to comply with that legislative imperative. Now, as a follow-up meeting was made with the parties, where the committee, the then committee, was required to report on the steps. Okay, maybe I'm too far ahead. After establishing those issues, then the committee was tasked with correcting those things that we said are defective and needed to be corrected. They were instructed to go back to change the ownership of the vehicle back into the name of the CPA. They were required to avail all the contracts that they have entered into since they assumed office. And they were required to provide their banking statements so that we can determine the flow of money that is coming in and going out of the CPA account in the absence of the formal financial statements being presented. On the day that we had a follow-up meeting to establish if those things have been done, we discovered that they haven't done any of those things. And it is for that particular reason that a decision was then taken to say, these things that are happening or have happened were done deliberately, because even if you are advised to correct, more specific measures are then taken to correct the wrong things that have been done. So it means that those things are done deliberately. And a decision was then subsequently taken to dissolve that particular committee. And an interim committee was put in place for undertaking specific functions. That interim committee was tasked with the issue of the compilation of the asset register that should reflect all the assets that are owned by the CPA. Then it should update membership, because membership is one of the contentious things that are central to the disputes around Madiben CPA. They were assigned the responsibility of ensuring that membership is updated, and where there are members that have been left out of the process during the first verification process, and then as a result, their families or households were not appearing on the membership list, the interim committee was required to engage with such potential members with a view of allowing them the opportunity to present themselves to the membership of the association so that the members can then pass a resolution to either accept or reject such new applications. So that is where we are with regards to the tasks that have been assigned to the committee, the interim committee. Then following those things that I have listed, they are required to then take the CPA to an elective general meeting where a credible committee can then be elected to move this CPA forward. And we, as a department, we are available, we are willing to assist them in terms of them understanding their mandate as it is required in terms of their constitution and as it's required in terms of the legislation. So once this interim committee that has been given time, I think up until the 11th of April, to undertake those assignments, we will then go into elections where a proper committee will be elected. And one of the first things that have to be done after the election of that committee is to induct them, get them to understand their mandate and their responsibilities towards their members, and to ensure that they understand the separation of the assets of the CPA and their own personal assets and their responsibility to the department and to the members. I think that kind of clarifies where things are regarding the executive committee and the interim committee. Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. For Maribeng, the office received, or the Office of the Regional Land Claims Commissioner received one claim form, and they were claiming 6 farms. When the landowners were informed of the claim on their properties, they formed an organization called the Kurruees Landowners Association, and they were threatening to take this matter to court. The Office of the Regional Land Claims Commissioner requested a legal opinion, and the opinion said, instead of this matter going to court and being protracted in court before settlement, why don't the Commission rather just look for alternative land? One of the complaints that was raised is that the farm that was purchased is in Northwest. Yes, that is true, but the community resides on the border between the Northern Cape and Northwest, and this farm is right next to where the community is situated. The allegations that were made by against certain members of the or officials, let me not respond to that, because those people are no longer in the employ of the Commission, and let us rather do an investigation on what has happened. But at the time of verification, there were 56 households that were verified, and the updating of the membership list, that is for the CPA and for the Office of the Registrar to deal with. Thank you.
So what actually happened to the outstanding claim? Where is it now?
As far as the Commission is concerned, the claim is settled in full. In phase 1, we bought 2 portions. Portion 0 of the farm Severn, number 36, and portion 1 of Brahman, number 60. And then in phase 2, which was the full and final settlement, we bought the farm Sansusi, number 013, and then the extent of farm Sansusi is 10,081 hectares, and for phase 1 we bought 4,265 hectares. And then we also, at a later stage, there was an addendum where we purchased the game to the farm and also the immovable assets. So the farm was purchased as a going concern. Thank you.
Honorable members, do you want to engage?
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I think the discrepancies in this reporting is deeply concerning. It's deeply concerning because it's very clear that we are not getting the full story. And I want to start by asking just some few clarity questions. And why I'm speaking about discrepancies, according to the report that we got now from Mr. Lawrence, I didn't hear that it is 25,000 hectares that the people got. But there was someone said that they got 25,000 of a claim of 80,000 hectares. I think there should be clarity as to what is happening there and what is the issues. That is the first one that I want to speak about. And I also would agree with the one that said that we will have to investigate the issues that is being alleged against the Lewabona. And I can't remember now the lady's name. No, but in any case, we will have to get a report as to what has really initially happened, and why is it that it's clear that there is a lot of dissatisfaction with how this issue has been run. I think it's the first person that spoke, is Mr. Muchumi. He actually said that this farm Sansusi was bought for about 61 million without any animals. But it is not what Mr. Lawrence was now reporting. So it is confusing, Chair. I don't know whether you agree with me, but it is quite confusing, and I think there need to be a deeper investigation into the issues around this specific issue, because it's not necessarily about a CPA or a functionality thereof. It's about the mismanagement of the total process that is here, and that is the allegation that is coming out. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Isaac. In fact, you have read my mind, because rather than wasting time to look for the needle in a haystack, I would rather ask that the restitution office actually provide us with a written report within 7 days, a comprehensive written report on this particular matter, so that on Wednesday we are able to call the acting National Commissioner of Restitution, Mr. Buchman, to actually interrogate this matter further. Because I personally, from where I'm seated, I strongly feel that it warrants a deeper investigation. So from that level, a high level kind of report is actually required, so that we can apply our minds fully on what actually happened. The transaction in respect of the Matibeng CPA is actually not, it's not proper. And also on the part of the department, something went wrong somewhere. Because the beneficiaries, I'm not sure whether they are aware that the committee that was elected was actually dissolved, and an interim committee was put in place. So there is some kind of unilateral, taking decisions here without proper, without any due process. And that cannot be allowed. So for that reason, CD, again, by Wednesday next week, we would actually want to be able to discuss in Cape Town a comprehensive report about the CPA, issues that they have raised today. I'm particularly not happy from where I am, and I don't think that the members actually understood what they were hearing. So on that score, I would actually persuade the members to agree with me on that we demand these 2 reports to land on our desk by not later than Wednesday, so that on Wednesday we are able to fully discuss these matters with the Commission and the Minister and the Director General being present. Honorable Mkhakha.
No, Chair. I think I must concur with both of you with the recommendation to this meeting. I had a couple of questions myself, but there are issues that are so immoral that are raised by this, particularly this bigger report that happened over time. Now, since 2014, things happened, meaning there are generations and generations of beneficiaries as far as the CPO is concerned. Generations, because there's a particular period that they must actually take. My worry here is that seemingly departmental officials are central as far as this is concerned. And maybe in our interaction, we should demand an SIU land so that go back on another independence of investigation. Otherwise, no defense security, the CPA would be unfair, even the CPA is because we punch holes, because there was the progress that we could detect. But this one, a challenge. And from Bamki, I feel like I'm not into a committee, it's an indictment. to the department, was apportioning blame to the department squarely on this one. But they failed to guide. Instead, they interfered with the whole process. But I'm supporting Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Can we then hear the other CPA? It is Bataping Baha Petlo, CPA.
Am I allowed? Let me take this opportunity to thank all the members of Parliament present here today and the whole, and also the House at large. I am Andrew Sechano, and I serve as the chairperson of the CPA of Batlapin Bahapetlu. Batlapin Bahapetlu was since incepted 2006, if I'm not mistaken, September. It consists of 62 families and more than 200 beneficiaries. These are household families and children of household. We have that list of 200 and something. Come again? I'm here not to give the apology, but we are faced with the same situation as the others. We received the invitation late at about 8 o'clock at night. So we have done a number of presentations, and we can avail, if need be, we'll avail it and send it to you, because the same things that I'm going to say, we have said on several occasions. Now, I want to keep this presentation as short as possible, because as I have already alluded that we have done in the past. Our last formal meeting we had, it was with you, the National Parliament. It was led by Mrs. Modise from Northwest, and all the way from National Parliament. Can I just shoot straight to what we have recommended as a CPA? We said because we are under jurisdiction of two chiefs, and the first one is Kurruees, Petlu, where the farms are. The other is Kurruees Janki, where most of us are residing. We recommended that, if possible, can the government buy some farms other side of Kuruman, even in the Kalahari, as long as we're having water there, it will be fine. Because it seems the friction in between those who are dwelling the side of Batlapin, Bahak Janki, it's a problem for Kurruees Petlu to welcome them. He's totally not welcoming them. That's why he says something about not being respected. When you speak your voice, is when you don't respect him. So we have done that in the last meeting. Afterwards, we had a meeting with the DG in Kimberley. We proposed the similar things again. And amongst some of the things that we were worried about, that we have told him about, is the last development that took place at our CPA of developing fences around a certain portion of the CPA with a very poor quality material and a very poor workmanship. We wanted the report of that project. We, even up to this date, we have not received anything regarding that. We are the second committee that was democratically elected. The first one ran for about 11 years without even changing the office. We have cried out to the department to subpoena these people to give us the report. How can you run a relay without being handed over a stick? So we are running. So even if we can try to do the best reports, we'll never reach that destination because something is not given to us. Our CPA is very poor because we are not having anything that generates money, in exception of keeping livestock, and mainly beef. So the farmers that are there are only the farmers that are, some of them are trying to pay their grazing fees. But there are about 8 farmers that the government knows about, that we have sent reports that we must take care of them. We wanted to remove them, and every time you were pleading with us not to do that. And they are still occupying, and they are not even paying a cent. Amongst us, there is somebody from outside who hired one farm, about 1,000 hectares. He's the only person that is paying. We are getting about 50,000 rand from him. It's a pity our financial report is also not here, but we can avail it to you as soon as we are in that position. The last minute that we have with Mr. Itueling, he came up with a proposal that we give about 6 farms to Kurruees, so that we can settle this friction between the CPA and Kurruees once and for all. But even if that is the situation, I don't see it solved. It will still make a problem. It sounded good, that proposal, because he says, if we give Kurruees those farms, because some of his people are already there, if we give those farms to these people, it will be that the government will either reimburse us in form of monetary or buy farms on our behalf. That's where I said the people who are residing in the Bataping, Bakajanki, it would be good for them to get removed from those farms. We are having a hanging recapitalization amount of money to the total of 6 million. It's been more than 36 months now. We are not receiving that money. And we felt that we are being ill-treated, we are not being respected by the department. Because there is one farm that was claimed by Elrad that belongs to the women, the colored women that come from Rangeville in Kuruman. And I don't know whether the government is not having the proper systems. Whilst those people were buying this farm using Elrad, we were claiming it was the restitution. Couldn't you pick it up? It seems that your systems were not good. And you need to relook into it. When I say we are being ill-treated, into the recapitalization money of 6 million, we are told the 2 million will be put into that amount. To me, true as I am, is very unprofessional. Why don't you treat recapitalization aside and repurchase the farm aside? Because they also said, we can give you this money as cash. It's about 2 million rand. And we said, because this farm was lost, it's maybe close to 20 years back, why don't you look for a market-related price? We got it around those areas. They refused. They said, you are only going to give you 2 million. I said, we are blessed because the parliament today can be able to hear some of these things. It's not that we're not raising these things with the officials. There is one farm, because our farms are on the way, the Boereland are on the way to Revilo. There is one farm that we're strongly suspicious that that farm belongs to us. That white farmer sold the portion of the farm, but we strongly feel that this portion of the farm, because we might not be reading it correctly, but according to the coordinates, it seems that portion of farm falls within our ownership. We once visited that white farmer. He welcomed us, but he said the farm belongs to him. So if you also could look into that one. We have come to an end of our office term. And due to this friction between us and Kurruees, our last meeting aborted. And if I am fair, it was not him this time around. It was some of his supporters, because he was supporting me. I was so open, because I'm not being proud. I have the strategies of negotiating. I brought him down. He's my friend now. Even if we are not at climax, we have not reached that climax, but he's my friend. My leadership, they know me, that I'm not a crying baby. I'm not here to come and cry. I come up with solutions. I have broken, not even we, I have broken that ice. And my community members were accusing me for talking straight to this man. And I did. And I am also prepared to take it up also with your support. With those few words, let me say thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether honorable members would like to engage the report that we have just heard. But it would appear that there are more problems than anything else, and solutions in the Batlaping Pahapetu CPA. Maybe in the report that one is requesting from the officials of the department, more specifically the office that deals with CPAs, they will include also the matter of this CPA that has just presented. Unless members would like to add or subtract or question or make comments. The colleagues from the province they are welcome to make. Okay.
No, thank you very much. I don't have much to say because we, as the province, might have our own session with the CPAs and so forth. But I think I must advise the CPAs that you should always have a report. It can't be that you don't have a report. You can have it on soft copy and stuff, because it then allows us to be able to do our work, because it is there. So to say we were invited late, we did not compile a report. There should be a report always there on the table. It will only change when you convene your meetings now, and of course adjust it on new events that might have happened. So I want to advise you, always have a report with your chairpersons, secretaries, and treasurers of the sub, so that, because we are going to invite you as the province, and we don't know when are we going to ask you to meet with us or for us to come to you. Make sure you are readily having your report, because it then gives us proper documented information to deal with your problems and challenges. I think that's what I wanted to submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable colleague. Okay, Honorable Mkhakha. After Honorable Mkhakha, I would then respectfully request the MEC to actually have a word. He's been sitting here listening to a lot of challenges and even successes. Let's not actually be negative all the way through. Honorable
Suka kude gqithi mna ndiza kuthi can't come all the way from PE. Izodlala Northern Cape. Can't be doing that. I've got a serious responsibility of the working class to ensure that this project, which is fundamental for the existence of our society, is respected and harnessed by everyone in this country. We're in a revolution here, fighting for our land. And that's fundamental. You can't be playing around the issues here. And I wish that the CPAs understand that we're not here to play marbles. It's clear, Chair, that the crisis point of all this CPA is at a point when government have finished purchasing. Then the handover process, that's where now the problem arises. They wait for government to purchase, finish paying. Then that transition between purchasing and handover to CPAs becomes a problem. Because the failure to disclose and the purchasing amounts and all other basic things that are happening during that period is what is the crisis. That's what I could detect in all this year, that many problems revolve around that phase and the establishment of these CPAs. And that's what makes me, Chair, to be very uncomfortable, because seemingly here, government is used to enrich certain individuals who are clever than everybody else, and abuse CPAs, because our mothers and our fathers and mothers don't have that understanding of how best to manage this particular project. And that's why I'm saying maybe going back home, we would need the department to critically account on this question, Chair. They must account on this question. These are serious monies that we are talking about here. Because I don't want to delay, just want to make that comment. That I've got a couple of questions here, but I'm not going to pose those questions, waiting for the recommendation as shared by the chairperson of the. Otherwise, if we had time, I will pose this question, because for me, these are serious questions to ensure that these CPAs are taken serious and they take themselves serious too in dealing with this particular question. In other words, Chair, it's a serious disappointment. I must say, I'm disappointed. Really, I'm disappointed. But I don't think the members of CPA to report to us, they are wrong. They are very correct, and they must continue doing so. we must even summon them to go to Parliament so that we deal with this particular question, their chair. That report must be finished to us by next week. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we actually pass over the mic to the Honorable MEC? Oh, thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee from the National Assembly, those who joined us today. I think you have brought, wisdom also to the engagements that we've been having, over the past 2 days. But also extend my greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee from the Provincial Legislature who've been with us since we started on Monday. And obviously, I think the challenges that are raised here today, we have a firm commitment from the chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Taole, that there should be some engagement that takes place between us and the affected CPAs, including, the traditional leaders. Because if you listen to the issues raised since this morning by the traditional leaders, they're actually consistent with what the CPAs are raising, which then brings one to ask a question as to whether there are any intergovernmental fora that are taking place. Because in my view, some of the issues that are being addressed here are issues that will have been addressed ordinarily in those forums. Those low-hanging fruit, like one of the honorable members said, agree on certain things, and those that can't be agreed upon, that needs some changes in terms of legislation, then proposals will obviously be forthcoming through that forum, because it will be an agreement between all parties involved. In a situation where everybody sits in a corner and say, this is my problem, I'm going to resolve it in my own way. And then we have role player B also having his own approach, player C also a different approach. It will create chaos. It will create serious problems for us. But also to say that, I think the CPAs will take the comments by honorable members in the spirit that they are not meant to humiliate anyone. Those comments are really meant to build. I know, obviously, when you, so you might think that, you are being chastised. But I think that in itself also is not opening the eyes of the CPOs only. It also opens the eyes of the department and myself also as a person responsible for this function, to say, I think there's still a lot that needs to be done. And where we can sit down and discuss issues, deal with those that are resolvable in a short space of time, we'll have to do that. Those that cannot be resolved in a short space of time, then we allow processes to unfold. But the fact that where we have a situation where nobody is saying anything, but only say something, I'm specifically talking about departments, say something when the portfolio committee is around, it will create a problem. But what I want to also say to the CPAs and to request from the CPAs is that I know the history of CPAs. I'm from JTG, not involved in matters of CPAs, but I know we also have a CPA, the one that was referred to as a hotspot, Maramani, where I come from. It's chaos. Now, I think whilst we are awaiting that process, the chair, I'm not really summarizing your meeting, but whilst we are awaiting the process of submission before the end of business day on Wednesday, what the CPAs must do, because in the reports that are submitted, there are also allegations of this one is not a member, this one is a member. I think that process must also, concurrently unfold to say, how do we then verify, the beneficiaries? Because somebody might be unfairly omitted from the list or erroneously included in the list. So I think for purposes of progress, where we will not have a situation now when a BGM is called or an AGM is called, you have somebody now still contesting validity, him being a member or not being a member. So I think if we can reach a stage where we validate all our members, and I think this one goes to the department, assist with the process of validation. Because for as long as we still have members who are alleged not to be belonging to these CPAs, this problem will never be resolved. Because somebody will say that, but I'm a member. So validation of members, I think, takes the center stage. The last one, Chair, is I think departments must also, outside your processes where you hand over and do this and that, develop a sort of a mechanism through which they will say, this is how we are going to interact with the CPA. Outside your act and whatever, just to make sure that you are fair with what is happening with the CPAs. Even if you come to a decision that says we will interact with them, bi-monthly, just to hear if there's anything that we can support. Because support is not only financial. Support can also be administrative, where you come, listen to them, respond to some of the issues, engage them. Not only engage with them when emotions are high. Because any AGM, I think in all walks of life, whether in a church, even in churches nowadays, when there's an elective process, you have people who will be fighting. You also have factions in churches now, but if those factions are factions because people don't agree on who to lead, but at least the administrative shortcomings have been addressed, I think that will assist us a great deal, because you'll know that it's not a matter of the department being on the wrong here, but it's a matter of members not agreeing on a certain name, but obviously at the end of the day, they will have to agree. So I think we proposed also, Chair, that I think it was in a meeting yesterday or so, where we said maybe portfolio committee members must also, get involved, in trying to assist the CPAs. Observing, going to some of the, because we are part and parcel of communities, going to this meeting just to listen, because at times people adopt, a stand that says, if it is not me, it can't be anybody else. If they are not elected into a committee, then they disrupt the whole process. So, we must really, in trying to deal with that kind of illness, walk the path with the CPAs and make sure that, make sure that they really, validate their members and follow processes as contained in the legislation. The most important thing is there's legislation that we must observe. At times when an official from the department explains a process, you take it is his thing. But the laws are there. It's upon the department also to explain the amendments that are made to these laws to CPA members, so that nobody will say the department never told us that there's an amendment. But that said, Chair, I think we will get an opportunity, obviously, to engage with them. But the commitment that I got from the Department of from Rural Development in particular and land reform is that we will work together on these processes, so that when we go to meetings, nobody will say it's not my thing, it's his thing. When we go there as a department, whether you are in the agricultural sector, we go there as a team to address issues that affect our people. Because some of this land that is given, we expect people to plant, we expect people to have livestock, and farm, and really change, their lives for the better. But if such things are happening, like Honorable Mkhaga is saying, it's like we are spitting on the graves of our ancestors and those who fought for this struggle. And the struggle must be, completed by us. We must bring it to its logical conclusion through redistribution of land. That said, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. So that actually brings us to the end of our interaction with the CPAs. Let me just stand. Colleagues, honorable members,
bafowethu in the CPAs. Please understand that we are not here to play big or to chastise or to castigate anybody. We are here on a constitutional imperative that actually demands of us to come and interact with you. In our interrogations of issues, we may actually become robust in certain respects. It's not personal. It is because we don't want to go back and give Parliament a superficial report, which is devoid of any facts. We want to get to the bottom of issues so that when we actually sit with the minister, because we have a duty to play oversight on the executive, and in this respect is the minister. And we don't want to engage the minister on falsehoods, on shallow, reports, reports which were actually put together to make us feel good and that kind of thing, when the problems are there. So please don't take that personally. We are actually doing our job. And in the end, we are trying to help you. Because at the end of the day, if the CPAs fail, then the whole issue of land reform actually is also going to collapse. So please, Bafowethu, let's hold hands to find a solution to this. And also to appeal to our officials that please, let's do our jobs. Let us do our jobs and actually, to the best of our ability, let's do our jobs to the best of our ability to help these institutions to actually run smoothly. There is a group of people that wanted to engage us, and I have agreed to give them 15 minutes. It would be also very important for you, Bafowethu, to sit and listen. Because these conflicts, I don't know, how far are we going to go with them? At what point are we going to stop having these infights and conflicts within our CPAs over land? We really need to go back and think very seriously. If the land question, if we are trying to solve the land hunger and the land problem for our people, we are actually manufacturing conflicts instead, then something is wrong somewhere. Because before these farms were transferred to you, you were a homogeneous society, a community. You never fought over anything. But the moment there was land, returned to you, then you began to be enemies. Then I don't want to believe that the land acquisition is actually an instrument to cause conflict amongst our people. Something has to be found. What is it that actually drives you to actually begin to hate one another to a point of, in certain places where we have been, literally killing each other? That is not good. So can we have the group that requested to meet with us? Are they in already? Okay. Shall we resume our meeting, please? There is a group of our fellow South Africans who actually who heard that we are around here, and then they quickly requested to meet with us. Where they were not on our schedule, but because we are this kind of an institution that actually is here to listen to our people in their everyday life, in all walks of life, we then agreed to meet with them. So without any further ado, I will request them to actually take the floor and give us their presentation. Thank you. If you like, you can actually use the podium over there.
I think I'm fine here, Chair.
The podium assists in that some other members who are seated at the corner there will be able to see you.
My name is Olebogen Leserwan. I'm from JTG Business Associates Forum. That has mining, people who are doing mining forum that are affiliated in agriculture. So the reason why we are here, I'm with Kuke, Mompatima, Pesi Kon, I'm with Sepang, Musabani, and Ntate Mafura. We all reside in JTG. The reason why we have asked parliamentary committee is precisely because of Department of Agriculture in the Northern Cape that reports directly to national that we've got serious issues that are affecting our members. There's a farm that was advertised for leasing. The farm is in Khamasepa. There were 3 candidates that went for interview and even the inspection. Out of that 3, 2 qualifies and they are originally residing in John Taolo. The 3rd person comes from Gauteng province, which there is someone who's fronting. I'm willing even to divulge it because of the Popular Act. I would even give names so that I assist with the process. Currently, where we are sitting now, they have not yet appointed from those 3. Currently, as we speak, the department wants to go for re-advert because their preferred person, they didn't make it to number 1 or number 2. So the reason why we are here to say that members of parliament, can you please intervene, because this is not the first incident that has occurred in JTG. Every time we've got a problem of people who are interfering in the process. To my understanding, there is no way that you can have people that you would interview or even shortlist for that matter that doesn't qualify to start with. So the reason only a person would want to, and Ade Khotso would want to, as the chief director, to go and re-advertise, it's because his preferred candidate is not there. So we are here seeking in that intervention. It's not the first farm. There's another farm just next to Red Sun that was occupied forcefully by a former soldier because of such things. So we are saying we are law-abiding citizens. We don't want our people continuing forcefully taking farms that are belonging to the government. Let the fair process unfold, and please, let's make sure, even if you can go investigate, we'll leave our emails and contact numbers, so that this interview, there's no need for re-advert, Because already, even now, the financial year is going to end very soon, 15th of March. Why the rush of wanting to re-advertise, where else you have interviewed and shortlisted people that you said as the department that they are qualifying?
Is that all?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. May actually take your seat. I wonder if the members actually would want to hear from the department first before they engage. Okay. Can I actually then give this opportunity to the Chief Director?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and everybody. Chair, I think the best person to explain this is my colleague, Lindo Kutle Mkwanazi, as the director. But for purposes of this, I will take full responsibility. And we are not here to defend ourselves, Chair. Our role is to defend the integrity of the department. Coming to the specific issue, Chair, just to give context. Indeed, it's true that Telesaran is correct. There was an advert. I think that advert was very clear because normally what we do, colleagues from head office, they will vet, what we call it vetting. They will say we are satisfied with this advert. With this one, Humereski Farm, it was, the advert was clear that a woman farmer will be the one allocated. And then people applied, and then 3 women were shortlisted. The district, at the level of the district, these are technical committees appointed through the terms of reference, developed or signed off by the Director General. The District Beneficiary Selection Committee, in its own wisdom, they came with a recommendation to say, look, in this area, MECs from here and even the colleagues themselves, they know there's dire need of land here. What then happened was that they recommended to the Provincial Technical Committee, which I chair, and we don't take decisions. Decisions are taken by the Committee National, we call it NLAC, National Land Allocation Control Committee, which is chaired by DDG Ndove. I think members of the committee will know him. We just bring recommendations there. Whether you go to KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, is the same process. With this one, the committee came, and it was not for the first time. They said, because there's dire need, we need to appoint 2 individuals. 2 individuals. Then we entertained the recommendations of the District Beneficiary Selection Committee. We then said, no, wait. We'll be in trouble here. Remember when the advert went out, it was clear that a woman, not 2 people, 1, to farm in that economic unit. The PTC engaged, I think it was around November. We then said, no, we are not going to consider who has been appointed or who's recommended. Rather, let's get guidance. Remember, we take cue from head office. We then made a submission to say, can you give us guidance? There is this request, but the advert was, the advert was not clear. We avoided a situation whereby, Honorable Chair, the advert when it went out, it says the total farm is about 3.8 hectares for 1 person. We were then advised that if you want to put 2 individuals on that farm, your advert must be clear so that, I don't know why I like to make example about Mkwanazi. Let's say Mutete. Let's say the farm will say the requirement here is to have, maybe you need 400 cows, cattle. But when you divide it in terms of lease units, even that one of 50 can say, oh, there will be 2 portions here. Then let me try my luck here. The issue here, Chairperson, and I want members of the committee to take note, other people could have been disadvantaged And the opinion from head office was that you cannot carry on with this thing because at the time when you issue out the advert, it did not indicate that 2 people. That's why the committee felt, well, no, in this district, indeed, we need to consider that. Because that farm, when you look at it, the way the infrastructure is possible to put 2 people. But the issue was the advert. The advert at the very beginning did not say that. So what will then happen in the process? There were people, for example, who were with maybe 100 cows. They were eliminated because the entire farm required 400 or 400 and something. So if you are going to divide it, your advert is clear. Those people will have the opportunity to apply because we have always been accused. Thanks, sir. We have always been accused as Northern Cape because we normally get these big farms. Like now, if you go to, I think it's the district where Honorable Adams comes from. Currently, there is a farm that is on advert. It's 6,000 hectares. But around your Richmond, the infrastructure there is such that you can't put 2 people, only 1. But if you go there, the chairperson will hammer you. Because remember that is a committee of experts, agriculturalists and all those things. To say, more kids, if you say this thing is 6,000, why can't you put 2 people? Then we'll be able to explain to say, you will be disadvantaging somebody if you are to put him or her or put 2 people here because this thing will not be viable. But let me come back to this one. We have made a determination, Chair, that indeed it's possible. That thing will be viable if you put 2 people. But unfortunately, the advert from the very beginning did not say that. We have a written opinion, not legal advice, from our superiors in Pretoria to say, look, we agree with you. This is 3.8, you can put 2 people. Therefore, please consider re-advertising. That was somewhere, we received the response early January. We reconvened, and we do not even entertain who has been whatever. I don't know where this thing come from to say what to call it, because there was an argument there to say, put 1. But the committee, at the end of the day, the committee is not my case. I'm just the chair like you are chairing. At the end, when a decision is taken, it's a committee, it's a PTC decision. Even when we submit in Pretoria, the meeting chaired by the DDG and other chief directors and DDGs at the Pretoria. I'm not coming there with Ntatemukwanas to say, it's our report. It's a Northern Cape PSSC report to them. So the issue of re-advert, Chairperson, is in that context. We are going to, in terms of the advice, we are going to put 2 people, but please be fair to everybody. What you do, your advert must be very clear that we are going to put 2 people, and currently the colleagues from surveying, these ones, yeah, they are going to make sure that when that advert comes out, very soon it will be out. It will clearly indicate that here we need 2 people. It won't be say, maybe it will be this portion, it will be a woman or what. We have not yet come to that determination. It's because in this JTG Chairperson, there is dire need of land. It's on that basis that we embraced, what to call it, the advice or the opinion of the chief director responsible for land redistribution to say, in your province, you acquire big farms. Even the performance of the department, they are relying on us. No, they are relying on us. They give us what to call huge targets. Our targets for this current financial year was 13,000. So far, it's about, we have already achieved 14. You go to other that reports, I hope the DG, presents the report today. So the issue of the re-advert is in that context. You are not going to put 1. Colleagues from the Provincial Department of Agriculture, that report is there, or it's possible to put 2 people there. We are just correcting something. If, let's say, you put 2 people, whereas the advert was silent, maybe same colleagues will say, no, but the advert said this. So it was just to cover ourselves. I think, Chair, in essence, that is it. And Chair, like we say, we don't make decisions. Decisions are made in Pretoria. We make recommendations. And the decision to re-advertise is there. Because those guys, colleagues from Pretoria, they advised us, they directed us to re-advertise. And those who applied, Chairperson, they will be allowed to reapply. If you are a farmer, you have no doubt. So this thing, Chair, maybe it's because the way information was handled from our side. It's something that I reported yesterday, because this thing now is, they said, no, it's fine. But that decision is there, Chairperson. It's going to be re-advertised. We'll put 2 people, whether it's a woman, whether it's, but there will be 2 people there. The infrastructure allows, instead of putting 1 person. Because in the PTCs, there was just argument, let's take the recommendation as they are. We then said, no. Remember what the Chairperson then always emphasizes. Northern Cape, you are acquiring these big farms. Try to get more people into this. But like I say, it will be difficult in other farms to put more than 1 person. I think, Chair, that is it.
Well, thank you, Chief Director. Notwithstanding the risk of actually opening a dialogue between the Chief Director and the leader of the group, but nonetheless, I will give him a chance to actually make follow-up questions or even further comments on what the Chief Director has just said.
Through you, Chair, I'm happy that the Chief Director has already told us the process. The first process is that before they do any advertisement, they need to take the advertisement to national for that they can approve. So when they did that, they already knew how big is the farm. So when the advert went there and Pretoria agreed, already the farm, it's not like maybe it was increased after the advert. So already, that's why I'm saying that I'm making allegations. Can there be a thorough investigation regarding that? Number 2, the district recommended 2, but they knew that when they advertised, they were saying that they are looking for 1 farmer. They were looking for 1 farmer. So there's something fishy there, because they're the same people who were part of when the advert was done initially. It's not like they came new. Even the one who's heading the department has always been there. Number 2, it means that there are employees who have failed to do what they were supposed to be doing. Then the question goes to the Chief Director, what did he do? What did he do? Because each and every organization, it has code of conduct, it has policies. If you don't do what is in line, what you are supposed to be doing, there must be consequences. Number 2, there is someone who's having a same farm here in JTG with the same hectares, who has allocated that farm alone. And that person is active in politics. I'm willing even to give names and where the farm is situated. It's not like we came here because we are blank, we don't know what is happening in JTG. There's a politician who got a farm from the same department with more than hectares that they are talking about. So why didn't he start with him when they wanted to allocate 2 people in that farm? Why now, after the advert, they see that no, there's a need for 2?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. The matter is actually getting more and more complicated. The Chief Director, I'm sure he wants to respond. Please be brief, because I want
Chair,
to give the members
yes,
the opportunity to
My apologies, Chair. Chair, like I said earlier, in the Northern Cape, there are those properties that we acquire where it will be highly impossible to put 2 people to farm. You can have 6,000. I just made an example about the one in Richmond. The infrastructure in that farm, if we were to put 2 people, because farming is a business, we don't want to put our farmers there. The next thing, they will come to Parliament imaging. We don't want that. We want to check, will it be viable if you put 2? But I want to emphasize, Chair, other properties, they can be 6,000, 7,000, but you can't put 2 people. So all the farms that we have allocated, we have made sure that it's an economic unit and they are sustainable. Simple as that, Chair. But Chair, we want to extend our hand to them. We are always, when we do what we call outreach, we can engage with the business forum. We are not hiding anything. So that we can take them through the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Director. You mentioned the name of Dr. Mkwanas, did you? it would be unfair to him if we did not actually give him a platform to say something on this matter, because it affects him as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Bangizita, the honorable members, the MEC, and everyone present. My name is Lindo Gushamkonas. I think the city has just covered, Chair, most of what I would have said, because he went to the issues of compliance, issues of livestock numbers, infrastructure, as well as the economic viability, which are the issues that we look at when we allocate funds. But I also want to indicate, Chair, that when the adverts come, the preference may be from that local area, but when the adverts come, by nature, they are national. They are available to everyone who is in South Africa and who is a South African. So that one, I think, is also important, because in most cases you find that all the applicants, or some of the applicants, may not be coming from that particular area. But otherwise, I think the rest of the issues the city has mentioned, Chair. Thank you.
I'm particularly interested that on the circulation of your advert. How do you ensure that your advert actually reaches the local people? Because there will always be that concern for local people to actually see, if I may, in inverted commas, foreigners in their own community, coming in there and running farms without you having given them an opportunity to actually also contest like all others.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the adverts, what we try and do, for example, we don't have an office here in Kurruees, but what we do is we work with the Provincial Department of Agriculture, that particular local office that is affected. We placed an advert there, and we also put a box for deposit so that applicants from that local area are able to deposit, and we make sure that on the closing date, that box is collected at the time specified by the advert. In addition to that, when we look at the newspapers, the service providers, we normally would target that particular newsroom, or rather the organization that is going to cover that particular district. If a farm is in JTG, for example, we make sure that the service provider does actually provide that service in that area, and also make sure that we simultaneously include them, place them in our departmental website for those that do not have access to physical or actual physical newspapers. They do get the information online and so forth. But those are some of the things that we actually do when we appoint the provider for advertisement. Thanks, John.
Well, thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mukhaga.
Thanks, Chairperson. No, this is easy. Just give me the power to appoint. I would do that. Chair, let's appreciate and welcome the delegation. I know that we're never prepared to meet them, but let's appreciate what they're raising, a genuine issue that affects their sector. Under these circumstances, normally, Chair, because I want to come up with a proposal, Chair. Normally, those who have been shortlisted, as you re-advertise, constitute a priority in terms of a consideration. You may add up the new applicants, but the first three, was under normal circumstances, when I'm shortlisted, it's about plus or minus 5 or 6 shortlisted names or whoever. But the first three that has been shortlisted, because it's not because of their fault. It's not because they were not qualifying. It's because officials later on realized that they are not meeting their own requirements. So it's not their fault. So those three should constitute a priority. And then the new applicants add to those three. Whether they wanted 5 or 6, they will continue with your process. That's what is normally done. But I'm not bringing that for consideration in this meeting today, because we don't want to be seen to be a committee that appoints. It's not our responsibility. Ours, Chair, is to take up this matter to the minister and assign you to brief the minister about this matter, so that the minister at the highest level intervene on this particular question and bring a report to the portfolio committee as a matter of urgency. That's the proposal, Chair. Then.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chairman. Honorable Mkhaga pretty much read my mind. My worst fear is for us as politicians to interfere in administrative roles. Appointing A and not appointing B, quite frankly, falls outside of our ambit as a committee, and therefore I would urge caution, and so that you guys don't also leave this room with false expectations. Honorable Mkhaga is correct. We can only do so much when it comes to some of these things. So really, the leader of the delegation, Chairman, has actually given us a lead. I'm sure they realize that this matter cannot be resolved today. He said they are requesting an investigation. I think if we take it from there and probably close it, sum it up, you give us direction as to how do you think this, and how do you think we should undertake this work. Honorable Mkhaga has given a proposal that you engage the minister. I will go even further to say, because this issue is administrative, either DDG Ndove or the acting DG be required to submit a report as soon as next week, Wednesday, so that in our next committee meeting we can engage with this, and not leaving out the provincial department of this matter. I think the MEC has a role to play. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, I think I can take a bite. I think I agree with my colleague Mkhaga, but my proposal for now is that the leader of the delegation can write a full report and about this matter, because we're just discussing here, there's nothing that is in paper. In South Africa, we need something that is in paper. So if you can write a report and send it to the committee so that we can discuss it in the committee, and then the chairperson will engage with the minister about this matter. But please submit the proper report about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala.
Chairperson, I'm covered by the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm also covered by the colleagues, Honorable Mkhaga and Honorable Nana. But a word of caution to officials. Rules and regulations are there to be complied with. You don't go as you go along, changes rules and regulations, introduces your own. There's a thin line between that which you were attempting to do with corruption. That amounts to corruption. Rules are rules, must be complied with. Unless you submit a proposal to national government to amend the regulations. The advert was clear from the onset. Along the way, you decide out of own discretion that perhaps something out of ordinary should be improvised. You are improvising as you go along. Yours is to implement the law and the regulations. By letting this matter to come before this oversight committee, it's an act of gross irresponsibility on the part. And the complainants were within their right to seek audience with whosoever they deem necessary to seek audience with, including ourselves. But we have been called to venture into what I might describe as an overreach, because decisions on this matter are still pending by the Director General, Deputy Director General, and the Director General. You are inviting us to venture and enter into uncharted waters in administrative matters. But nonetheless, the complaint has been heard. We'll align ourselves with the recommendations from our colleagues, and I'll wait for a written report. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Matthias has ably summarized the matter. Yeah, we are actually also guided by the Constitution and the rules of Parliament as to what we can do and what we cannot do. What we can do is to listen to our people. We can't say to them, no, it's not our cup of tea. No, we are here as representative of Parliament, and we need to listen to the people's concerns and see how best we can actually help them. The proposal that the leader of this forum actually puts together a report is, I think it's a plausible one. And if possible, because we are still here even tomorrow, if you were to actually utilize this space of time that is available whilst we're still here, you could put together a report and then hand it over to our officials here so that on Wednesday next week we are able to deal with that and engage the minister on it. But we, as my colleagues have said, will need to hambagahle on this one because it's an administrative matter. It doesn't actually fall within the purview of our oversight work as this portfolio committee. On that note, honorable colleagues, I would like to actually end this meeting by saying that this meeting is adjourned. I don't know then the logistics from here, what will happen. I know that we are going to have lunch. So there hasn't been any communication about the new decision.
To date, to those who were interviewed, were shortlisted to say that we have seen that we have made a mistake as the department. So we are going to re-advertise. There is no communication, but already now, as I'm speaking to you, the chief director says that the advert is ready, is in asking when is it coming out. So in a principal matter, if they are following proper process, there's no fraud and corruption that is occurring there. They were supposed to have already written letters to those who were interviewed and say that we have decided that we are going to allocate 2 into this farm, but the advert was saying 1. So we're going for re-advertisement. So it has never been communicated. Even now I'm speaking to them through the WhatsApp.
a serious omission, that one, because you are entitled to be informed about the new changes. I think the chief director should know that. I think they will have to actually do something about that. Because you are entitled to be informed about the changes, especially if you were called and interviewed. So obviously you have a legitimate expectation on the outcome of that particular interview. So if then something is going to change, then rightfully you need to be informed. So thank you for raising that important point. Thank you. Can you then actually put that in your report? No, thank you. I see the hand of the director. You see, I was really honestly trying to avoid a ping-pong type of dialogue. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Chair, in brief, but you see, those are internal departmental matter, and I don't want to. You see, if I were to be open and frank, information has been leaked from the department. This is what I reported. And Chair, all this he's correct. And Chair, one of the things that the advert could say, as an example, and we are still going to communicate with those people because those are farmers. One, the advert could be those who applied previously may not need to reapply because their applications will be considered. There is a way of dealing with this within government. It's like when a post is advertised and re-advertised. Sometimes we'll see, because we are not going to limit our communications to those three. About close to more than what? More than 60 people applied. So everybody will be informed accordingly. But unfortunately, Chair, we are dealing with an information that was leaked by us.
To comment about the internal politics of your office, Chief Director. But all one wants to see happening is that we need to abide by the established protocols and the laws of this country insofar as these matters are concerned. Thank you very much. I have actually also declared this meeting closed and is adjourned. Yeah.